Chapter 41-49. Young Master. Although Duan Wuhan had been defeated by Lin Ling many times and seemed to be extremely vulnerable, the reason was that Lin Ling was too strong, which led people to overlook Duan Wuhan's strength. Duan Wuhan was actually very powerful. He was currently the second strongest person in the Duan family. This had already proved everything. Duan Wuhan. Lin Ling also looked over. He had never paid attention to Duan Wuhan. It was just that in the past, he did not have time to pay attention to Duan Wuhan. Now at such a critical time, Duan Wuhan still dared to provoke Lin Ling? It seemed that he, Lin Ling, was too soft-hearted. Lin Ling, do you think you can go against the Spirit Nation? At this moment, Duan Wuhan was obviously not afraid of Lin Ling. He had the innate godly embryo and 10 more divine powers than before. Coupled with the improvement of his realm, he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Big brother Xianxia, I'll fight him. Then, he held the fate wheel above his head and flew toward Lin Ling. From afar, he seemed to be holding a huge blazing sun, and the power hidden in the blazing sun could probably kill any strong person in the martial god realm. I promise you to go. Seeing this, Xianxia lightly waved his hand, looking as if he had a card up his sleeve. In his view, Lin Ling was simply courting death. Not to mention that he, Xianxia, was guarding here, just the 9 states' 10 evils here was not something that Lin Ling could fight against. So, let Duan Wuhan go and play with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, die for me. With Xianxia's promise, Duan Wuhan no longer held back. He stared at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with strong confidence. However, after Duan Wuhan spoke, Lin Ling also coldly looked over. Within his eyes, the flame of the human sovereign bloomed. Golden light shone resplendently, and those rays of light were like golden needles that pierced into Duan Wuhan's eyes, causing his entire body to tremble. Everything in front of him turned black, and he almost fell from the sky. But at the critical moment, he roared and urged his realm essence to destroy the strange power. Then, his face became a little ferocious. I don't believe you are so strong. Change for me. Under his roar, all the power gathered, which caused the blazing sun above his head to become even bigger. Papa. It was like blowing air. It started 100 meters, gradually 1,000 miles, and then 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles of the heaven fate wheel. Even the martial god of Duan Vein could only be like this. As soon as the heaven fate wheel came out, a fierce power of the fate wheel gushed out in all directions. The spiritual light city also shook. On the streets, the ground cracked and then flew up. The spirit palace shook. Everyone be careful, use your realm essence to protect your whole body. On the side of the spiritual light city, the dragon spirit also whispered, and there was a hint of envy in his eyes. This was because Duan Wuhan was recruited by Xianxia and belonged to Xianxia. However, Duan Wuhan's strength was indeed not to be underestimated. Everyone followed the dragon spirit's instructions and formed a huge amount of realm essence in their bodies. Only then did the pressure from the fate wheels of heaven lessen a lot. Then, they all looked at Duan Wuhan solemnly. The current Duan Wuhan was probably a master ranked 70th on the divine list. Such a master was recruited by the Spirit Nation. This was also the blessing of the Spirit Nation. Moreover, with Duan Wuhan's talent, in the future, the world would not be able to accommodate Duan Wuhan. Clearly, this was a future deity. With Duan Wuhan taking action against Lin Ling, it's very suitable. I think this Lin Ling is crazy. He thinks that he can fight against the spiritual light city with a group of people. It's simply a fool's dream. When Lin Ling is defeated, the people behind him will also be in a mess. In the spiritual light city, voices quietly sounded. Sush. At this moment, a sword light flashed out. Murderous and demonic aura soared into the sky, turning into a straight line and flying out. Then, the huge heaven fate wheel shook, and a dazzling light bloomed. Everyone felt that the world was white, and nothing could be seen. After a short moment, when everything was restored, people rubbed their eyes and looked carefully. Only then did they realize that the huge heaven fate wheel had disappeared, and the sky was clear. Looking at the ground again, 2 figures stood there. The wind blew, and their robes fluttered. Moreover, The two of them stood with their backs facing each other. Plop. At this time, a dull sound rang out. Then, a head fell to the ground, rolling like a rubber ball. However, the person who lost his head was still standing there, motionless like a statue. It was as if even he did not expect that his head would fall off. This scene scared everyone into silence, because they saw that the person who was beheaded was actually the #1 genius of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan. A future god had fallen just like that. One must know that a moment ago, Duan Wuhan was full of energy, but the next moment he became a headless corpse. This was too unbelievable. Who killed Duan Wuhan? Many people were silent. The previous confrontation was too fast and too dazzling, so they could not see anything. In addition, although they knew that Lin Ling was very strong, they did not think that Lin Ling had the strength to kill Duan Wuhan in one move. Therefore, they investigated everywhere, suspecting that someone had secretly helped Lin Ling. Among all the people, only Xianxia smiled slightly. His smile was very evil. Of course, he had noticed something. As for Long Ling next to him, although she did not see anything, she had heard that Lin Ling's strength was only inferior to the 9 regions' 10 evils. He had once defeated Lord Ning's Wang Shui under the curtain. However, even if he had such strength, he should not be able to kill Duan Wuhan in one move. Young master! While everyone was silent, suddenly, a loud roar was heard. Then an old man at the late-stage martial god realm leaped out and rushed to the ground. He came behind Lin Ling and suddenly hugged his head. He was obviously a member of the Duan family and was also Duan Wuhan's bodyguard. He had protected Duan Wuhan since he was young. This time, he followed Duan Wuhan to the Spirit Kingdom and watched Duan Wuhan become stronger. He was very gratified, but he never expected that the young master had broken through so many storms and waves and finally fell here. How could he explain this to the old ancestor? Young master! The old man cried out in pain and was extremely sad. It was like a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. Then, he turned his head angrily and looked at Lin Ling. You killed the young master. There was hysterical madness in his eyes. Hearing this, Lin Ling slowly turned around and looked at the old man with a pair of cold eyes. He did not speak and gently raised the tyrannical song sword. Killed Duan Wuhan? If he remembered correctly, Duan Wuhan had been defeated by Lin Ling several times. Lin Ling had spared his opponent every time. This time, Duan Wuhan still wanted to come? Did he really think that Lin Ling was a sparring partner? Buzz. The sound of the sword rang out. Murderous and demonic aura soared to the sky and slashed toward the old man. Lin Ling made his move, because he could sense that the old man's eyes were full of resentment and murderous intent. This kind of murderous intent was as if he had killed his father. Chapter 4150. Mysterious. How dare you? However, just as Lin Ling's sword was about to land, a black skeletal arm suddenly appeared and grabbed the tyrannical song sword. This arm was a skeletal arm and was extremely strange. However, its power was not weak at all. It could actually block Lin Ling's sword. One had to know that in the current 9 states and the final world, Lin Ling knew that there were not many people who could block his sword. Therefore, he could guess the origin of this person. Lin Ling slowly raised his head and landed in the sky. In the sky, a huge black bone demon god appeared. On top of the skull, the long hair fluttered and the hollow eyes looked down at Lin Ling. The great demon god. Lin Ling instantly knew who the other party was. No wonder he was so strong. With me here, you can't kill him. The low voice sounded again and landed on the ground, causing a terrifying wave of air to appear. If I, Lin Ling, want to kill someone, no one can stop me. Lin Ling still looked at the sky and said calmly, Is that so? In the sky, the huge black bone demon god nodded. The demonic aura on his body seemed to condense into a solid form, eventually forming a huge black demonic shadow that covered the black bone. Only a pair of dazzling eyes could be seen, looking down at Lin Ling. This terrifying aura shook the spiritual light city, as if tribulation clouds had covered the sky. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and then laughed. This time, the one who came was the great demon god of the 9 states, 10 Vicious. Lin Ling could not win. Among everyone, only the ancient demon race secretly snorted. Perhaps no one had seen Lin Ling defeat Wang Shui, so they did not believe in Lin Ling's strength. However, they had personally experienced Lin Ling's strength. Therefore, they knew that the great demon god would not be at an advantage and would even be in danger. As for Long Ling, she knew that Lin Ling had defeated Wang Shui before. However, Wang Shui's strength was not enough to fight against the great demon god. Although the two were comparable in strength in a life-and-death battle, after exchanging thousands of moves, the great demon god would obviously win by one move. If I say so, then so be it. At this moment, Lin Ling lowered his head and muttered to himself. In the next moment he disappeared. The great demon god was still holding Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword. However, Lin Ling had already abandoned the sword and left to pounce on the old man. Instantly, a hand grabbed the old demon god's head. Extremely fast. Coupled with Lin Ling's unexpected actions, not only the crowd, but even the great demon god was unable to react in time. Die! Next, the flame of the human sovereign gushed out from Lin Ling's palm and burned the old man's body into nothingness. Lin Ling's hand was still holding the old man's head, and the flames on the head were boiling. This ferocious action no doubt gave everyone a fright. Previously, the great demon god had said that with him around, Lin Ling would not be able to kill the old demon god. However, in the blink of an eye, the old demon god had been cleanly killed. This was undoubtedly a slap to the great demon god's face in front of everyone, and even to the spirit nation. Die! How could the great demon god endure this humiliation? Demonic chi surged from his 1,000-mile-tall body, and a huge palm slammed down. Compared to the enormous great demon god, Lin Ling was like an ant. This felt like a battle between a great demon god and an ant. However, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling did not move at all. He stood there quietly. Then, tentacles began to appear behind him, and the dragon god's talent began to fuse. The 6 divine embryos had arrived. What? These are the 6 divine embryos. Long Ling was the first to cry out in surprise. This was because she had fought with Lin Ling before. At that time, Lin Ling had only had 2 divine embryos. Boom! Lin Ling raised his hand, his palm facing up, and collided with the huge palm in the sky, forming a terrible storm. Bang! 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 The ground where Lin Ling stood sank inch by inch, and finally, a bottomless pit appeared. Moreover, at the edge of the pit, cracks spread rapidly. However, Lin Ling stood in the deep pit, as steady as a mountain. The huge palm in the sky could not make him retreat at all. He blocked the great demon god with one hand. Everyone exclaimed, "So powerful!" Han Xie's eyes narrowed. Based on his understanding of Lin Ling, he was only at the level of Long Yang. But now, he was sure that Lin Ling was much stronger than Long Yang. Lin Ling, how did he suddenly become so strong? Even Long Yang, who was hidden in the crowd, had a look of disbelief. Back when Lin Ling fought with Wang Shui, he was not as strong as he was now. Die for me! Still floating in the sky, Lin Ling looked up at the huge great demon god and coldly spat out these words. If he dared to come here today, then he was not afraid of anything. 9 provinces, 10 vicious? He also wanted to see what was so great about them. Boom! The void exploded, and Lin Ling appeared in front of the great demon god, almost as tall as the black bone demon god. In the next moment, Lin Ling's fist, which contained the power of 150,000 worlds and 6 stanchions, smashed into the great demon god's face. Rumble! Lin Ling's speed was too fast. After punching out, the demonic energy in the great demon god's body dissipated a little. Bang bang bang! The great demon god retreated, as if unable to block Lin Ling's strength. However, just as he moved, Lin Ling's fist came again, wildly landing on the great demon god's chest. Next, Lin Ling was like a raging storm, his fists crazily punching out. This strike seemed as if the heavens and the earth were falling apart, and even this expanse of space was swaying endlessly. It was hard to imagine that Lin Ling's seemingly small figure was actually able to repeatedly beat back the corpse of a fiend god from the era of gods. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. And in order to prevent the great demon god from retreating, countless jellyfish tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling, wrapping around the great demon god and preventing him from retreating. Bang bang bang. Next, Lin Ling's fists madly rained down. Strands of demonic energy poured out, and in the end, the great demon god's demonic energy was scattered, revealing his black demonic bones. Now, he was clearly stunned by Lin Ling's attacks. His skeletal face was filled with disbelief. This was because he never imagined that Lin Ling would possess such strength. At this time, Lin Ling leapt up, rushing to the peak. With a speed of 15,000 worlds, he almost broke through the void. When he landed, he stretched out his foot, ruthlessly chopping down like a battle axe. Die for me! Die! Bang! This foot landed on the great demon god's head, immediately producing a dull sound, like the explosion of heavenly thunder. Bang! Then, Lin Ling landed on the ground, his tentacles and dragon claws slightly swaying, majestic and awe-inspiring. Looking at the great demon god again, he was frozen in place. Next, cracks began to appear on his head, continuously spreading, and finally spreading to his entire body. Ka-ka-ka. Pieces of bones began to fall, finally collapsing like a tower, rumbling and turning into a pile of broken bones. Chapter 4151. Giant Ghost Against Giant Ghost. Just as the rumors say, his strength is comparable to the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as his battle intent surged. However, he quickly shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be a match, it should be surpassing." As soon as he said this, the fighting spirit in his eyes almost materialized. The last time we fought, he wasn't this strong. Not far away, Long Ling's expression was incomparably complicated. He finally knew why Lord Ning valued Lin Ling so much. So this was the case. Xianxia, it seems like you're the only one up there. Then, Long Ling turned to Xianxia and said. Xianxia nodded. If there is me, then there is no him. The number 1 general under Lord Ning can only be me. Then he waved his hand. Come out. The spirit palace in the distance suddenly broke open. Amidst the endless bricks and tiles, a figure seemed to be bound by an invisible force and floated over from afar. Upon closer inspection, this was the Little South. Hee, Lin Ling, the Little South you want is here. Xianxia said to Lin Ling with a smile as he controlled Little South. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. Let her go and I will spare your life. How, Lin Ling, are you dreaming? Xianxia laughed contemptuously. I admit that you're stronger than I thought, but do you think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, his clothes fluttered in the wind, revealing his crystal-like body. There was a ray of white light on his chest that was slowly leaping about. Every time it leaped, an invisible divine might would spread out. This was the power of ripples. In the next moment, an explosion resounded as the sea urchin's divine might erupted. It seemed that this divine might was even more ferocious than Big Sister Zhen's. Within the Spirit Light City, many people had the feeling of prostrating themselves in worship, as if they had seen a deity. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He sensed that Xianxia's divine might was very terrifying. It was even stronger than his thunder-lock physique. Moreover, this divine might was somewhat similar to that of the Spirit Nation's expert that Lin Ling had encountered. It seemed that Xianxia had joined the Spirit Nation because of this heart. Take it. Seeing Lin Ling, Xianxia hand Ling Xing, little Lin Ling's eyes, a large number of tentacles appeared behind him, and Little South. Then, tentacles appeared behind Lin Ling editor's Lin Lin's word. Lin Ling's endless fantasy? After that, Lin Ling secretly checked on Xiao Nan. Seeing that she was fine, he used his tentacles to send Xiao Nan to the Creation Alliance. Xianxia indifferently said. The reason why he let Little South go was that he was afraid that Lin Ling would have scruples when fighting with him. Even if he won in the end, it would be a source of gossip. In this battle, he wanted to prove to Lord Ning that he was the number 1 expert. Naturally, he wanted to have a fair fight. Xianxia, I didn't expect you to have obtained a god's heart. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and guessed Xianxia's thoughts. You have a good eye. Not bad, My demigod's heart is the same as your thunderlock physique. They are both divine embryos of midgods. However, my divine embryo is obviously of a higher grade than your thunderlock physique. Xianxia nodded and said contemptuously, your 6 divine embryos are not even worth mentioning when compared to my 2nd grade divine embryo. So, you are confident that you can defeat me? Lin Ling asked. Yes, although it's not 90%, I estimate it to be as much as 80%. Xianxia floated out and walked toward the sky step by step. At the same time, the figure of an evil ghost also quietly flew out from his severed arm. Seeing this, Lin Ling also walked toward him step by step. At the same time, the giant ghost also appeared on his left shoulder. Such a strange scene naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. Everyone was in disbelief, because both of them had a strange ghost beside them, as if they were the symbols of some kind of miracle. These two were clearly the kings of the trial takers. Now, it was time to see which of the trial takers below the god realm was stronger. It's you. It's you. Almost at the same time, the giant ghost and Xianxia evil ghost spoke at the same time. They stared at each other, and a complicated light flashed in their eyes. Meanwhile, Xianxia and Lin Ling did not speak and just stood there quietly. They obviously knew about the giant ghosts on each other's bodies and could more or less guess the relationship between these two evil ghosts. You've escaped from the 8 gods' celestial palace. You've escaped from Master. At this time, Xianxia evil ghost floated out. Master? Lin Ling's giant ghost frowned, but it also floated out. Their speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they were 100 meters apart. From afar, the 2 fist-sized evil ghosts faced each other. It was extremely strange. However, no one dared to underestimate them because everyone knew that these 2 strange things had extremely powerful masters. Of course, the masters in everyone's eyes were naturally Lin Ling and Xianxia evil ghost, the 2 trial takers. However, the master in the giant ghost's eyes was not so. Instead, it was an incomparably ancient colossus in the 8 gods' celestial palace. Didn't you also escape from Master? At this time, Lin Ling evil ghost said coldly. It knew that the giant ghost opposite it knew more than it. However, it was very clear that Xianxia evil ghost had seen through something. Hee, it seems that you don't know about Master. Then, it stared at Lin Ling evil ghost. Instead, you followed a new master. Not bad at all. Then you can follow Master forever. Being like this is already very good. Hearing this, Lin Ling evil ghost frowned and didn't know what to say for a moment. However, it quietly stared at the giant ghost opposite it. For some reason, many images suddenly appeared in its mind. There were no less than 8 giant ghosts like them, and they were all created by Master. No, it should be Master who broke them down. Master was still alive, and he was in the 8 gods' celestial palace. You want to devour Master. Suddenly, Lin Ling evil ghost let out a dignified voice, as if it had guessed something. Bang! This sentence seemed to have ignited the wrath of the giant ghost. Waves of evil chi surged out, covering the sky and covering the earth. They formed a huge light screen, and smashed out with devastating force. Bang! However, the giant ghost on Lin Ling evil ghost's side was not to be outdone. An ominous aura also erupted, resisting the evil energy. Rumble! These 2 powers were incomparably terrifying, as if they came from ancient times. They directly caused the Spirit Light City to collapse, and the Spirit Palace to collapse, turning into ashes, leaving behind only an ancient altar. What the hell, these 2 things are so strong. Master hasn't even opened it and they're already fighting. Everyone retreated. The leaders of the 9 prefectures 10 vicious were all shocked. They never thought that Lin Ling and Xianxia evil ghost would have such a secret. Currently, only Lin Ling and Xianxia evil ghost's bodies were still in the midst of the ominous and evil energies. It seems that the fellows beside us are starting to fight. Xianxia evil ghost retracted his gaze and stared at Lin Ling evil ghost. Chapter 4152. A battle between trial challengers. That's exactly what I was thinking. You've harmed me once, so it's time to end it. Xianxia nodded. His heart was beating wildly in his chest. Divine light illuminated the world. Swoosh swoosh. In the blink of an eye, two figures approached each other from afar and collided violently. The two fists smashed together, triggering a violent and tyrannical dimensional storm. This battle attracted everyone's attention, causing them to ignore the battle between the two giant ghosts in the distance. Lin Ling is very powerful, even more powerful than the leader of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. However, Xianxia has obtained the heart of a demigod, so Xianxia is definitely stronger. The dragon spirit said with narrowed eyes. Her eyes were filled with envy because the two of them were outstanding existences and were even more powerful than her dragon spirit. Her dragon spirit came from the spirit nation, but she could not compare to the two outsiders. How could she not be envious and furious? Crackle crackle. At this moment, the dimensional storm was still sweeping across the sky. Xianxia maintained his punching posture. His eyes were filled with evil intent as he stared at Lin Ling. Trial challenger Lin Ling, you're no match for me. Although you have 6 divine fetuses, my divine fetuses are of a higher level than yours. Moreover, I'm at the peak of the martial god realm. Although your dimensional storm is strong, it won't be able to take advantage of me. As soon as he finished speaking, a large hand suddenly surged out of his almost transparent body and grabbed at Lin Ling fiercely. Seeing this, Lin Ling's eyes flashed and his other arms suddenly struck out. Boom! After the collision, Lin Ling immediately realized that Xianxia was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the first of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly heard a strange heartbeat sound. His expression changed instantly as he realized that his strength was being devoured. Then, Lin Ling immediately stared at Xianxia. He knew that it came from Xianxia's heart. I forgot to mention that I can devour your heartbeat and use it to devour all of your power. Xianxia sensed Lin Ling's gaze, and his smile became even more evil. A very powerful divine fetus, but my power isn't that easy to devour. Lin Ling also smiled. His hands were still stretched out in front of him, but his body suddenly leaped up and flipped in midair. His head was facing down and his feet were facing up. Following that, his boundary essence and physical strength were all gathered on his legs. His body drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a swallow flipping over its body. He flew past Xianxia and ruthlessly stomped down on Xianxia's back. This stomp contained Lin Ling's full strength. Even an ordinary peak martial god would be stomped to death. The crowd was also in an uproar. They were shocked by Lin Ling's battle reaction. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. However, the demigod's heart in Xianxia's chest shone brightly. His body only trembled, but he was actually unscathed. Lin Ling also clearly felt that he seemed to have stepped on an iron plate. Then he slightly exerted force on his legs and shot forward like a cannonball. As soon as he disappeared, Xianxia's palm reached behind him, but he caught nothing. Xianxia slowly turned around and smiled at Lin Ling. Lin Ling's stomp earlier did not injure him, but it let him know that Lin Ling's strength was not as simple as he thought. Lin Ling appeared in the distance and looked at him indifferently. In their first confrontation, both of them knew that each other's strength was very strong. Ordinary methods that could defeat an enemy were useless against them. Xianxia knew that although Lin Ling's cultivation level was not high, his boundary essence was rich and he had 6 divine fetuses. This gave Lin Ling the ability to fight above his level. Lin Ling also knew that Xianxia's cultivation level was higher than his, and his talent was more powerful than his 6 divine fetuses. He was a strong opponent. In terms of talent, boundary essence, cultivation level, and divine might, they both had their own strengths and weaknesses. But they both knew that if they wanted to win this battle, they would have to rely on divine might. After their first confrontation, the two of them did not act rashly. Instead, they began to gather divine might. The two of them looked at each other from a distance. Then they took a step forward. It looked like a simple step, but it caused the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. It caused the surrounding void to ripple like water. However, they still did not make a move. Their eyes stared at each other, not even blinking. They attempted to use the gap in each other's aura to launch a counterattack that could turn defeat into victory. And seeing Xianxia's appearance, many people's expressions became serious. They knew that the current Xianxia did not dare to underestimate Lin Ling. Even the two giant ghosts in the distance stopped fighting. They looked indifferently at Xianxia and Lin Ling. Boom! Right at this moment, Xianxia took another step forward. A ferocious wave of energy surged out, and even the void seemed to jump. This was him activating his divine might, turning the void into his heart, moving in accordance with his will. And Lin Ling also took a step forward. Compared to Xia's earth-shattering attack, Lin Ling's attack was much dimmer. However, he was still awe-inspiring. His combat state was flawless. He clearly knew that at their level, if they really wanted to fight, it would take a few months to determine the victor. Therefore, sometimes one's combat state was very important. If one's state was not good, even a god would fall here in a few moves. Their cautious state undoubtedly made the world feel incomparably oppressive. 9 states vicious 10, Immortal Temple's Great Elder, Ancient Demon Race, Tomb Guardian Race, and other experts, they all felt the pressure. Their pupils were trembling and flickering, because they were the oldest existences in 9 states. But now, they could only watch from the sidelines. Watching the younger generation fight, this feeling was really unpleasant. Of course, there was nothing they could do, because they knew even more clearly that the 2 trial takers were really strong. Who would have thought that in the end, the one who could fight against Xianxia would be him? Among the countless experts of Spirit Nation, Longyang bit her lips tightly. Her expression was incomparably complicated. She knew that she was not Xia's opponent, but she did not expect Lin Ling to be able to. Moreover, she had watched Lin Ling grow. Not long ago, Lin Ling was only comparable to 9 states vicious 10. Now, he had already surpassed them. If she wanted to kill Lin Ling, it would take a long time. This made her clench her fists quietly, her eyes filled with unwillingness. Of course, if even she was like this, the experts of Spirit Light City were even more anxious. After all, the strongest expert of Spirit Nation here was Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not easily defeat Lin Ling as they had imagined. Instead, he had a cautious expression. This made them all kinds of guesses. Could it be that Xianxia could not defeat Lin Ling? They looked into the distance, where Lin Ling had brought a large number of experts and the Genesis Alliance. Therefore, if Xianxia was defeated, Spirit Light City would not be able to defend itself. A sense of panic, under everyone's ulterior motives, quietly pervaded the air. Some people were shaken by Spirit Nation and were no longer so convinced. This kind of panic was naturally noticed by Xianxia. And this was not what he wanted to see. This was because Spirit Nation was currently recruiting a large number of experts. This was also one of Xianxia's tasks. If he could not do it beautifully, how could he report to Lord Ning? Chapter 4153. The hearts of the people are in chaos and need to be united. However, Lin Ling is too strong. I won't be able to defeat him in a short period of time. This won't be able to unite the hearts of the people. Although Lord Ning has left, he told me before he left that they were only going to another place to help awaken the great god of Spirit Nation. As for Spirit Light City, he left it to me. If I fail, how can I face them? I didn't expect this new challenger, Lin Ling, to be so powerful. It seems that I have underestimated him when I framed him. In a short moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through Xia's mind. Although his face was still cold and his aura was still strong, Lin Ling's soul force was able to detect the minute changes in his emotions. Xia had misgivings in his heart. Right, he seemed to be jealous of him, which was why he wanted to fight with him. This meant that he wanted to prove himself, which was why he was worried about his gains and losses. He didn't dare to go all out in the battle. And when he was worried, it was undoubtedly the best time. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. 36 streaks of divine force gathered and merged into his palms, causing his palms to emit a red and yellow light. Bodhi-proof divine ability. Rumble. Both palms struck out with earth-shattering force. In addition, Lin Ling was close to Xia, so he quickly arrived in front of Xia. Xia's face changed instantly. He also noticed that Lin Ling's palms contained 36 streaks of divine force. Obviously, Lin Ling knew that if he wanted to defeat Xianxia, relying on his talent, realm essence, and physical body wasn't enough. He had to add in divine force. Bang! Xianxia didn't seem to make any movements, but his figure quickly floated back. Although he wasn't afraid of Lin Ling's attack and knew that Lin Ling would be affected by his demigod's heart if he got close to him, he knew that he had missed the opportunity, so it wasn't suitable for him to fight head-on. This was because this would allow Lin Ling to rise. Rumble! Lin Ling's palms struck empty air, but his expression didn't change. He followed up and struck out 6 palms in a short moment. The ferocious power of divinity immediately surged out. Demigod's seal. The speed of the 6 palms was too fast, and Xianxia knew that he couldn't avoid them. The demigod's heart in his chest jumped, and light flowed along his transparent body, reaching his palms like blood. Boom! Boom! He also crazily struck out 6 palms. However, his momentum was too slow, so he only managed to break Lin Ling's attack. And he was also sent flying by the impact of that power. I have to suppress his aura. Just as he was sent flying, the space behind Xianxia exploded. A powerful force forced him to close in instead of retreat. At the same time, he pointed a finger at Lin Ling. Lin Ling, if you only have 36 strands of divinity, you will definitely lose. A huge finger stirred up the wind and clouds, as if a deity was guiding the way, suppressing Lin Ling. Lin Ling raised his 36 strands of divine power to 40 strands of divine power, poured them into his fist, and punched out. Rumble! The powerful divine force was like a god destroying the world. When it slammed into the finger, it immediately crumbled. Lin Ling had comprehended the 36 streams of god force on his own, while the extra god force was obtained by refining the godly stones. He had refined the 2nd layer and 3rd layer martial god realm godly stones, thus how could the god force be any weaker than the ones he had obtained from the godly stones? The 2 leaders of the ancient beasts were well aware of this. They already knew that Lin Ling had not used his full strength as he was being cautious. Demigod Spear. Xianxia raised his arm when he saw Lin Ling's fist coming at him. The light gathered into a spear, and he threw it forward with all his might. He obviously did not expect Lin Ling to be so powerful in terms of divine power. He had received the demigod's heart as a reward from the spirit nation. Not only had his talent improved, but his divine power had also improved. On the other hand, Lin Ling had nothing. How could he comprehend so much divine power? Crack, crack, crack. The 2 divine powers clashed fiercely once again. This time, they were both dissipating. Xianxia, is that all you've got? However, Lin Ling leapt into the air. A sword flew toward him from the distance and landed in Lin Ling's hand. It was the dominating song sword. More divine power surged into the dominating song sword. There were 45 strands of divine power now. What? Xianxia did not expect Lin Ling's strength to skyrocket after his rise, and he was even able to improve his divine power. Could it be that Lin Ling had possessed so much divine power from the very beginning? He was only being cautious, thus he did not expose himself. He was waiting for Xianxia to reveal his weakness before executing a stormy attack. Wasn't the man being too cautious? At that instant, Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He raised his hands and summoned 2 spears made of light. He threw them forward with all his might. These 2 divine spears were the demigod spears. They had a total of 46 strands of divine power. He was a trial taker who had cultivated for many years. His divine power was not weak to begin with. He had 40 strands of divine power. After joining the Spirit Nation, he was rewarded with 10 more strands of divine power. This was his hidden trump card. Originally, he did not want to reveal it so quickly. He wanted to save it for a critical moment. But who knew that Lin Ling would force him to use it? Bang, bang, bang. In the air, Lin Ling's 2 swords collided with the demigod spears. Various divine powers poured out. Jie Yuan, divine embryo, physical strength, and divine power. This clash could be said to represent the pinnacle of the deities' clash. Countless people looked up, shocked by the terrifying power. They were also envious of the two's strength. Break for me. But at this time, Lin Ling's power of divinity increased again, reaching 48 strands. You. Xianxia was controlling the demigod spears. Naturally, he could sense Lin Ling's increase in divine power. His pupils trembled. Impossible. How could this be? Lin Ling was just a new trial taker. Even if Lei Gong focused on nurturing him, it was impossible for him to give him so many treasures to increase his strength. 48 strands of divine power. Was he still a newcomer? Among the 40 trial takers, his strength would probably be ranked in the top 20. You have divine power. Yes. However, Xianxia did not have time to be shocked. He activated all of his divine power. This was exactly 50 strands of divine power. I don't believe that you have more divine power than me. Yes. When his divine power was fully released, the heavens and the earth were illuminated with divine light, making people feel like prostrating themselves in worship. After the divine power was added to the demigod spears, the two spears immediately shone brightly. I have 2 more strands than you. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword even more firmly. He knew that Xianxia had begun to lay his cards on the table. Therefore, Lin Ling did not need to hide anything anymore. This was because after Lin Ling refined all of the divine stones, he had 52 strands of divine power. Boom. When all of the divine power was released through the tyrannical song sword, the tyrannical song sword suddenly erupted with ferocious killing intent and demonic chi. A strange headless old man appeared, his robes fluttering as he stood in the world. Then he slashed out. Chapter 4154. At this moment, the tyrannical song sword had given birth to a trace of divine energy. The tyrannical song sword was not simple. The god Emperor Zhanggang had once said that this sword was left behind by a sword demon from the era of gods. However, with Lin Ling's strength, he was unable to activate the might of the tyrannical song sword. Moreover, during this period of time, Lin Ling's strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Therefore, the tyrannical song sword had been eliminated by Lin Ling. But now, as Lin Ling's divine energy surged, the killing intent within the scabbard was naturally activated. As a result, Lin Ling's divine energy had reached 53 traces. Gotcha! The sword slashed out and actually caused the demigod spear to sway slightly. Then, it was activated by an unstoppable force and shattered like glass. Moreover, the sword did not stop as it slashed towards Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as 10,000 impossibilities floated in his mind. He was completely confused. Why was Lin Ling's strength so strong? He was even stronger than him, who was nurtured by the spirit nation and the gods. Could it be that there was a person behind Lin Ling who was nurturing him in secret? Unfortunately, he did not know that Lin Ling's strength came from the god's inheritance treasure. As the sword arrived, white blood gushed out from Xianxia's body. His originally transparent body quietly changed and became like an ordinary person. Looking at his chest, a sword mark appeared on his white heart, and white blood continuously flowed out from his heart. Xianxia stroked his chest as he stared at Lin Ling. His eyes were incomparably complicated. Until we meet again. Then, he said in a low voice. He knew that if he did not leave now, he would definitely die. He turned into a white ray of light and shot into the distance. Seeing Xianxia leave, the spirit light city was terrifyingly silent. Xianxia, a powerful god nurtured by the 4 great gods and the spirit nation, had the heart of an intermediate god. His divine embryo's level was higher than Lin Ling's, and his realm was also higher than Lin Ling's. However, after a battle where they were evenly matched, he was defeated in the end. This was unbelievable. In terms of various aspects, the two of them were actually evenly matched. Lin Ling's only advantage was that he had a few traces of divine energy, but in a life and death battle, Lin Ling would not be able to easily defeat Xianxia. Both of them clearly knew this, which was why they didn't. Acted rashly. Far in the distance, the middle-aged man from the ancient demon race said in a low voice. However, his eyes were filled with shock. That's right. If Xianxia hadn't exposed a flaw and allowed Lin Ling to boost his momentum, coupled with his fierce attacks, Xianxia wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. The lady in black nodded. They could see how Lin Ling won. Therefore, they secretly admired Lin Ling. Not only did they admire Lin Ling's powerful strength, but they also admired Lin Ling's battle experience and improvisation. All of this was not accumulated in a short period of time. Instead, it was an innate battle instinct that was born from countless battles. Xianxia was defeated, but Lin Ling did not chase after him? The ancient demon race's middle-aged man frowned. Xianxia was Lin Ling's greatest enemy. Given Lin Ling's character, he should have killed Xianxia as soon as possible. In fact, Lin Ling did not chase after Xianxia. He only watched calmly as Xianxia escaped. After all, he was here for Little South. Although Xianxia was arrogant, he had handed over Little South. Therefore Lin Ling gave him some face. Secondly, he was also giving face to Lord Ning. Lin Ling had been in a deep slumber for 3 years. If Ling Nation wanted to kill him, Lin Ling would not be able to escape death if Lord Ning took action personally. However, Lord Ning did not take action and allowed Lin Ling to escape. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Therefore, he had to return the favor. Of course, there was another main reason, which was that Lin Ling had sensed that within the shattered Spirit Light City, a mysterious power had truly and quietly awakened. It was also because of this power that Lin Ling was very wary of and did not dare to act rashly. The power of that power made Lin Ling feel as though he had met a god. Is this Ling Nation's purpose here? The awakening of Ling Nation's great god? Lin Ling began to speculate. In the beginning, everyone was shocked at Lin Ling's strength. However, they soon realized that there was a warm energy spreading out from the broken spiritual light city. This caused them to not be shocked as they turned their heads to look at the spiritual light city. Soon after, they realized that among the countless bricks and tiles, there was an ancient altar sitting there. On top of the altar, countless white lights swirled and gradually formed a human figure. Ling Nation's great god is coming. Seeing this, Long Ling and the other experts were stunned. Then, they became extremely excited. Even Xianxia, who had escaped far away, focused his gaze. Looking at the human figure on the altar, it became clearer and clearer. The divine aura it emitted made people want to worship it. Greetings, great god. As though the belief in their hearts was born, the experts of Ling Nation all knelt down and kowtowed. It was the same for Long Ling and Xianxia. Although Xianxia was very suspicious of that great god, the heart of a demigod in his body made him unable to raise any thoughts of resistance. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. Hundreds of thousands of experts knelt down and paid their respects to the god. Lin Ling, things seem to have become troublesome. At this time, Lu Chen shouted at Lin Ling from afar. Then he flew towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and frowned as he stared at the altar. Let's retreat immediately. If that great god awakens, we will definitely die. No one can stop him. Lu Chen said solemnly as he came to Lin Ling's side. However, Lin Ling did not say anything to Lu Chen's words. He continued to look ahead. Guesses kept appearing in his mind. That great god of Ling Nation was most likely a host body of the will of the world. Moreover, he was a powerful god from the era of gods. Therefore, Lin Ling was sure that if this god awakened, they would not be a match for him. However, Lin Ling's eyes lit up in an instant. That was because the scene in front of him was very familiar. Suddenly, he saw a figure in the crowd. It was Longyang. At this moment, Longyang was also looking at Lin Ling. Their gazes met, and a tacit understanding arose between them. That was because Longyang was also very familiar with this scene. That's right, I saw it in the Hall of the Ruins in the Spirit Palace. Lin Ling finally remembered, and it was as though he had been struck by lightning. At that time, in the Hall of the Spirit Palace, there were 2 pictures that were the strangest. One of the pictures recorded the scene in front of them, and the other recorded the figure of the white light turning into a human and smiling at the people. Lin Ling even remembered that the smile was very evil. Even after Lin Ling left, Lin Ling almost fell for it. It was the giant ghost that helped Lin Ling, and Lin Ling awakened. The giant ghost. Then, Lin Ling looked around and shouted, "Everyone!" Chapter 4155. That's right. Upon hearing that, Lu Chen nodded. Lin Ling, the gods behind you are too slow. It's been 3 years, and they still haven't discovered this place? There was a hint of complaint in Lu Chen's voice. Lin Ling shook his head. For the gods, 3 years is just the blink of an eye. Moreover, our mission is to scout and gather information. The 4 great gods won't be easily dispatched. What should we do now? Lu Chen was getting more and more anxious. At that moment, Long Yang also flew over, but there was anxiety on her face. She and Lin Ling had seen the murals in the spirit palace with their own eyes. Naturally, they knew how terrifying the gods were. It could be said that with just a strange smile, it was enough to turn them into ashes. Don't worry, there will be a way. Lin Ling immediately comforted them. His eyes were still fixed on the altar. He suddenly realized that the creepy white figure was becoming more and more like a human. Moreover, human facial features appeared on the face from time to time, which made one's scalp tingle. This was because the facial features were somewhat distorted during the process of forming. However, Lin Ling could clearly see that there was a smile on the face. That seemingly friendly, yet terrifying smile. He had to be interrupted. Lin Ling recalled the murals he had seen, and an idea suddenly came to his mind. He remembered that in the first mural, a lot of the power of faith was born from the kneeling people, which was attracted by the white figure. Then, in the second mural, the white figure woke up. This meant that the awakening of the gods required the power of faith. All he had to do was to interrupt the power of faith. Interrupt those kneeling people. At that thought, Lin Ling shouted loudly. He also voiced his idea, which made Lu Chen and the others' pupils dilate. Interrupt those people? There were a total of 100,000 masters there. There's no time to lose. Hurry! Lin Ling couldn't care less and flew over. Go! Lu Chen and the others obviously knew that they had to fight to the death now. After all, if the gods were to arrive, they wouldn't be able to escape. Stop them. As if sensing Lin Ling's arrival, the dragon spirit suddenly stood up. Her eyes turned white as she shouted. Swish! 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 A large number of experts flew towards Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, their eyes were also white, as if they had lost their consciousness. They had become fearless. Lin Ling naturally sensed the changes in them and attacked madly. However, the people who had become a little strange were undoubtedly more than twice as strong as before. Originally, according to Lin Ling's strength, he should be able to kill gods in his way. However, after one move, he only killed 100 people. Stop them. Moreover, at this moment, the leader of the 9 states, 10 Vicious, flew over. His murderous aura surged as if he had gone mad. Boom! Boom! Each and every one of them exploded forth with strength that was twice as strong as before as they charged forward. How terrifying! Sensing the sudden increase in strength, Lu Chen and the others turned pale. They were experts who had cultivated for tens of millions of years, but it was their first time witnessing something so strange. A person's strength could actually improve so much in such a short period of time. After all, these people were already martial gods, so it was extremely difficult to improve their strength. Grand Elder! Lin Ling looked at the expert closest to him and roared, "Kill him!" This was because the other party was the Grand Elder of the Celestial Temple, and also the person Enuer respected the most. However, the Grand Elder's face was ferocious as if he did not know Lin Ling. He can control so many experts at once and increase their strength by so much. This god is terrifying. Lin Ling became more serious. He originally wanted to slash out with his sword, but in the end he restrained himself. He punched out with his left fist and sent the Grand Elder flying. However, just as the Grand Elder was sent flying, the old man from the Gravekeeper tribe arrived. It was obvious that he had also gone mad. There are so many of them. They are strong and fearless. Lord Lin Ling, why don't we retreat? Someone from the Creation Alliance shouted at Lin Ling, "We have nowhere to go. We have to stop them." Lin Ling shook his head. If the void had been opened, they would not have cared about it. However, the void had been sealed. Where could they escape to? Lin Ling die. While they were talking, Xianxia, who had escaped before, arrived with a murderous look on his face. Lin Ling, this is bad. Almost at the same time, the pupils of many people from the Creation Alliance behind Lin Ling began to change. They turned white. What? Lin Ling and Xianxia exchanged blows and repelled Xianxia. Then, they opened their mouths in shock. Had the Creation Alliance also gone mad? Kill! And that was indeed the case. They were all charging towards Lin Ling. It seems that when we were trapped in the Spirit Palace, a part of the Spirit Nation's power unknowingly appeared in our bodies. Now that the power has suddenly awakened, we are being controlled. Lu Chen looked anxious. Then, he said solemnly, Lin Ling, if I also change, don't hold back. Senior Lu Chen. Lin Ling had never expected things to turn out like this. He had come with confidence. Who would have thought that because of the awakening of the gods, the situation under his control would become a complete mess? Lin Ling. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, another voice came from not far away. This time, it was Longyang. At this moment, she was trembling in the sky, her eyes constantly changing. She had also fallen into the trap. Bitch, don't joke at a time like this. Lin Ling was furious. The Creation Alliance had been captured by the Spirit Nation and treated as traitors. They could be considered half of the Spirit Nation. Therefore, it was normal for them to go mad. However, Longyang was a trial taker. You must have stolen the power of the Spirit Nation. Lin Ling immediately guessed. The Spirit Nation seemed to give all living beings great power. However, in reality, that power was a double-edged sword. To gain something, one had to pay a price. The price was one's freedom. Wait, don't worry about me. If I can't control myself and you can kill me, then kill me. Longyang had obviously obtained a part of the power from the Spirit Nation. Therefore, she knew about him. Idiot! Lin Ling scolded. However, he couldn't care less. This was because, other than those who had been assimilated by the flame of the human king, his people had begun to betray him and attack him. There were strong enemies at the back, but there were also enemies at the front, and they were stronger than the ones at the back. As a result, the remaining people were surrounded together with Lin Ling. Lin Ling, use it? The giant ghost beside Lin Ling knew the urgency of the matter and immediately said to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the altar in the distance. He immediately noticed the strange figure. A smile finally appeared on his face. Although he had no nose or eyes, Lin Ling could sense that the god was looking at him. Lin Ling. That smile was as terrifying as he had imagined. Chapter 4156. Great God of Spirit Nation, this beast skin map should be related to you, right? Then, I'll use your means to deal with you. Roar! Lin Ling shouted, and the beast skin map in his hand suddenly bloomed with endless purple light. When it shot into the distance, he saw a demon's sun hanging behind the altar. Then, the beast skin map shook, and a large number of world scorpions crawled out and rushed toward the demon's sun. World scorpions rushing toward the sun. Upon closer inspection, the number of world scorpions formed by the beast skin map was constantly decreasing. The scene of the world scorpions galloping in the sky was extremely spectacular. Wherever they passed, the Spirit Nation experts were all sent flying. They were either dead or injured. This beast skin map was terrifying. This is the treasure he obtained in the hall? Roar! Longyang, who was not far from Lin Ling, was shocked when she saw the power of the beast skin map. Because in the hall, she had also obtained many treasures, but none of them could compare to the beast skin map. Lin Ling could not be bothered to admire the power of the beast skin map because he knew that the beast skin map could only repel all the experts who rushed over. It could not interrupt the altar ceremony. If it could not be interrupted, the god would awaken sooner or later. Open the gate to the underworld for me. Roar! Therefore, Lin Ling suddenly gritted his teeth, and his eyes were filled with determination. He was going all out. A black token appeared in his hand. It was the Underworld World Massacre token. Lord Ning, I'm sorry, but I have to interrupt you because I have my own master. Roar! Muttering to himself, Lin Ling activated his realm essence into the black token in his hand. In an instant, The black token emitted a demonic black gas. Then, the gas split into two and carried the black token in the sky. Go to hell! Roar! Behind Linling, because there were no world scorpions to stop them, the experts of the Creation Alliance who had entered the demonic state attacked the token. However, before they could get close, they were immediately sent flying by a fierce force. Rumble! The black token was like a steady mountain as it emitted a thunderous sound. Subsequently, an ancient bronze door appeared in the void and slowly opened. The moment it opened, a ghost-like gas swam out from the door, causing one's scalp to turn numb. The gate to the underworld. In the crowd, Longyang stared at the bronze door, her body trembling. This was because her innate talent was the netherworld gate. But now, Linling had opened the door to the underworld, like a god of the underworld. Damn you, Beiji! The ancient door opened wider and wider. His gaze followed the thick door and looked inside. He immediately discovered that it was pitch black inside, but there was also a very ancient sound coming out. After that voice, the shadow behind the door finally noticed the change. A shadow appeared and quietly transformed into a mysterious warrior who was 5 meters tall. The warrior was wearing black armor and holding a ghost blade in his hand. Upon closer inspection, the armor was somewhat ancient. It covered the warrior's entire body. However, under the helmet, there was a trace of something. His face was nowhere to be seen. Moreover, there was no flesh or blood to be seen at the joints of his knees, shoulders, and wrists. It was as if the armor had suddenly come to life. This was a Nether soldier. It was said that it was a soldier under the Nether Emperor of the Underworld. It was also the expert who ruled the Underworld. No matter what kind of expert one was in the 9 prefectures, as long as they entered the Underworld after death, they would be subdued by the Nether soldier. Doomgon shouts. The first Nether soldier that came out raised the ghost blade in his hand and emitted an ancient sound. Doomgon shouts. Following that, a neat sound rushed out from the door as a large number of Nether soldiers came out. Swoosh. The first Nether soldier that came out swung the ghost blade in his hand. The expert closest to him had his head pulled out like a radish and floated up with blood gushing out. Following that, a soul floated out from the expert's body and was sucked into the huge bronze door. Kill! Kill! However, the experts of the spirit kingdom who had fallen into the demonic path were still fearless. They charged toward the Nether soldiers and unleashed a powerful attack. Boom! 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 As if the heavens and earth were falling apart, the void was blasted apart and gusts of wind from the outside world rushed in. However, after the terrifying attack ended, the endless Nether soldiers were still charging forward. They were actually safe and sound. No matter what attacks landed on the Nether soldiers, they all passed through. These Nether soldiers seemed to have transcended the laws of the void and could not be attacked at all. So strong. The pupils of those who were still conscious were trembling. Even Linling sucked in a breath of cold air. Even he, Linling, could not do anything to the Nether soldiers that could not be attacked. Only the step of wisdom can affect the Nether soldiers. Beside Linling, the giant ghost said, "Only one kind of power works?" Linling was even more shocked. Wherever he looked, heads flew up and blood rained down on the ground. Following that, a large number of souls were brought into the underworld gate. This was a one-sided massacre. This was where the underworld massacre order came from. Even gods would not be able to escape the fate of falling here. The Nether soldiers were like locusts, wreaking havoc in front of them. Together with the rising sun of the realm Scorpion, the 100,000 experts of the spirit kingdom were in chaos. Linling also looked at the altar in the distance and saw that the figure was still standing there. The eyeless face stared at the sky and then fell on Linling. There was still a smile on his face. For some reason, that smile made Linling feel suffocated. Smile, smile, smile. Let's see how long you can smile. Linling shouted angrily. Now that the ritual was in chaos, it would be difficult for the god to be resurrected. Therefore, Linling was not afraid. However, the god seemed to have heard Linling's voice and his smile deepened. Not good. Linling. At this time, the giant ghost said anxiously, Lin Ling had an ominous premonition. Taking a closer look, he realized that the experts of the spirit kingdom who had died in the hands of the nether soldiers were also floating towards the god with an invisible force. It turned out that even though the experts of the spirit kingdom had died, the power of faith still existed. As long as the faith did not decrease, the god of the spirit kingdom would still awaken. Noticing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. "What should we do?" Lu Chen and Long Yang said worriedly. The speed at which they entered the demonic state slowed down. "It's okay. I still have a way." At this time, Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. A golden firestorm appeared in his hand and he scattered it into the sky. The golden flames carried the might of the human king as they flooded towards the 100,000 experts of the spirit kingdom. "It's useless. Their strength has doubled. The human king's flame can't kill them. Even if it can kill them, the power of faith won't disappear." On the side, Lu Chen was surprised by Lin Ling's actions, but he also sighed. "Not necessarily." Chapter 4157. If it were any other time, it would have been impossible for Lin Ling to assimilate such experts, because the strength of this group of experts was more than twice as strong as before, and there were more of them. However, at this moment, Lin Ling had the help of the realm scorpion and the nether soldiers, so it was obviously much simpler. Some of the heavily injured experts were assimilated at a much faster speed. After being assimilated, those people's eyes were white at first, but they gradually turned golden. Then, they looked at Lin Ling and shouted in unison, "Sir! Sir!" The power of faith in their bodies had obviously disappeared, but they had incomparable faith in Lin Ling. This was the power of the human king's flame, assimilation. After becoming Lin Ling's people, the netherworld soldiers obviously ignored them. "Ah, it can be done like this." Lu Chen witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and his mouth was wide open. On the side, Dragon Mother's beautiful face also turned pale in disbelief. Was he trying to steal people from the gods? In the whole world, only Lin Ling would be so bold. And the truth was indeed so. With the assimilation of the human king's flame, the awakening of the gods finally slowed down. In the end, the progress did not progress at all. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally let out a sigh of relief. He looked behind him and helplessly found that there were a large number of experts behind him. They were all assimilated and became Lin Ling's subordinates. Looking at the god's side, there were fewer and fewer people. Excluding the experts like the Dragon Spirit and the 9 States 10 Vicious, there were less than 10,000 people left. Lin Ling. Almost at the same time, an old voice sounded on the altar. The figure without facial features, only a strange smile, spoke for the first time. "I didn't expect you to be able to stop me." The Spirit Nation's god was clearly surprised. Under his voice, the Dragon Spirit and the 9 States 10 Vicious stopped attacking and looked at Lin Ling in shock. The Realm Scorpion and the Netherworld soldiers were still sweeping forward, causing the Spirit Nation's experts to continuously decrease. Some died, and some became Lin Ling's people. These experts came for the treasure, but they never imagined that they would end up like this. They were either dead or injured. "If I don't stop you, you might kill all of us when you wake up." Lin Ling looked at the shadow indifferently and said, "That's not necessarily true. Minister Ning values you very much. Therefore, I also want to see how great you, Lei Gong's trial taker." The figure condensed from the light said calmly. However, the seemingly calm voice carried an evil and domineering aura that surged into Lin Ling's mind, causing him to be momentarily dazed. Of course, this absent-mindedness quickly disappeared because Lin Ling knew that this great god of the spirit kingdom had lost. This also strengthened Lin Ling's confidence. "After you see it, you might kill us." Lin Ling smiled and said, although he knew that the Spirit Nation wanted to recruit him, he could not guarantee that if the recruitment failed, the Spirit Nation's god would not silence him. This gamble was too risky, so Lin Ling naturally had to choose the safest method. "You're right, but it's only a possibility. Regardless, you didn't disappoint me. You're also the first person to stop me from waking up. Minister Ning has good taste." The shadow smiled and said, around his body, light bloomed like needles, forming circles of light. Seeing this, Long Ling and the others also walked over. At this moment, they had regained their spiritual intelligence, so they also looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. In fact, even if I wake up, I might not be able to kill you because your gods are here. The shadow smiled evilly again and finally turned into endless light and disappeared, taking Long Ling and the others with him. The Spirit Nation had repeatedly recruited experts from the 9 states, and they had succeeded time and time again. Now, there were as many experts as there were clouds. This was the first time in the history of the Spirit Nation that they had failed. The one who disrupted them was an up-and-coming trial taker. Moreover, this trial taker actually had the means to fight against the gods. When the gods had completely disappeared, the broken Spirit Light City was like a ruin abandoned by the world. An ancient wind blew past, and it became quiet. It was as if the great battle between the gods had never happened. "It's over." A voice of disbelief suddenly rang out. It was Lu Qin. The people also seemed to have woken up from a dream. They had never imagined that they would actually stop the gods from waking up. Moreover, the most helpless thing was that they had become Lin Ling's people. Lin Ling. Lu Qin turned to look at Lin Ling with mixed feelings. In the end, he could only shake his head. Perhaps it was really hard for him to imagine the result before his eyes. Long Yang also looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. This was because the trial taker's mission here was to be scouts and gather information about the Spirit Nation. However, who would have thought that things would take so many twists and turns? In the end, not only did they gather information, but they also destroyed the Spirit Nation's plan. If this matter were to spread to the 4 great gods, it would definitely be a great merit. The gods have finally retreated. However, compared to the people's disbelief, Lin Ling was already used to it. This was because in order to chase away the great gods of the Spirit Nation, he had used up 2 treasures. Almost as soon as he thought of this, the animal skin map floating in front of him withered and turned yellow. Then, it dissipated like ashes. Looking at the gate of the underworld, he saw that it was slowly closing. The netherworld soldiers were also returning one after another. Either of these 2 treasures could kill the martial god of Jiuzhou. However, they had been used up here. However, Lin Ling only felt that it was a pity. After all, in the previous situation, if he had not used his treasures, he might have died here. Moreover, he had a treasure that was inherited from the gods. As long as he had a breakthrough, he would still have this treasure. Moreover, although Lin Ling had wasted 2 treasures, his strength had greatly increased. Therefore, Lin Ling did not lose out. I didn't expect to block the gods. Then Lin Ling smiled proudly. He was the only one in the 9 prefectures who could stop a god with the strength of a martial god. Swoosh. Just as he was feeling happy, the void suddenly trembled slightly. A figure appeared like a reflection on the surface of the water. Then he smiled at Lin Ling and pointed at him. It was Lord Ning. A white light quickly attacked and then disappeared into Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be able to block the awakening of a god. Amazing, amazing. However, a god is a god after all. He can't be violated by a junior like you. Therefore, I'm here to teach you a lesson on behalf of the gods. See you again. Lord Ning said with a smile. Then he disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling, be careful. My lord. Everyone was also looking at Lin Ling, their faces filled with anxiety. This was because they had all seen the powerful Lord Ning attack Lin Ling. Chapter 4158. Everyone who was close to Lin Ling was blown away by the wave-like boundary essence. They could not withstand the impact of Lin Ling's boundary essence. They floated in the distance, their faces filled with disbelief. This was because they clearly sensed that Lin Ling had made a breakthrough. What is going on? Wasn't Lin Ling attacked by the experts of the Spirit Nation? At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in the sky. He could feel a pure and ancient energy flowing through his body. This energy was extremely ancient, and it did not conflict with the various great attributes in his body. Hence, after it entered his body, it was immediately refined by the primal chaos divine art and divided between the 6 great dantians. His 6 dantians spun wildly and emitted a soul-crushing energy. With the addition of this energy, his 6 dantians expanded rapidly and advanced towards the 4th level of the martial god realm. Finally, he stepped into the 4th level of the martial god realm. What's going on? Lin Ling was undoubtedly shocked by such a smooth breakthrough. Lin Ling, stop it now. However, the giant ghost's anxious voice rang in his ears. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to stop now. Rumble. Lin Ling could only let the powerful energy continue to awaken. In the end, his 6 dantians stabilized and his boundary essence was terrifying. It was comparable to the peak of the martial god realm. Lin Ling was now confident that as long as his opponent was not a peak martial god with the divine fetus body, he would not be afraid. Even if he had the divine fetus, as long as his strength was not at the level of the top 10 martial gods, he would not be afraid. This meant that Lin Ling was now the strongest person below the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. Lin Ling was overjoyed by this sudden increase in his strength, but he was also worried. This was because the previous energy was too strange. After 6 hours, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He glanced around and saw almost 60,000 experts standing in the distance, looking at him worriedly. The giant ghost floated beside him, his ferocious face filled with worry. It seems that it's too slow. That unknown energy has dissipated in my 6 dantians. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and said helplessly to the giant ghost. Sigh. The giant ghost let out a rare sigh. Although that power allowed you to break through to the martial god realm in the shortest amount of time, that was the power of the spirit nation. What? Lin Ling instantly guessed something. That's right. The spirit planted its power in your body. Although it won't harm you, you will be controlled by it at any time. Explained the giant ghost explained. Hearing this, Lin Ling was speechless. He did not expect such an outcome. And this lesson was that even if Lin Ling did not want to join the Spirit Nation, he would have to do so in the future. You're not too bad. That Lord Ning did not kill you. That's already giving you enough face. Moreover, he planted the energy of the Spirit Nation in you. This shows that the Spirit Nation still values you. Said the giant ghost. What's the use of that? If the energy in my body is activated by the Spirit Nation's God, I will be controlled by him at any time. Lin Ling sighed. Is this the price of provoking a god? Don't worry. This energy has just been planted in your body. It will take some time to control you. Go back and see if the god behind you has any ideas, said the giant ghost. Lin Ling could only nod. When the others heard Lin Ling's conversation, the worry on their faces lessened. I'm fine. Everyone rest here. Lin Ling could sense the people's worries and said with a smile. My lord, after we go back, we'll immediately look for ancient books and see if there's a way to break it. Yes, there's strength in numbers. We're all ancient experts in the final world. We'll definitely have a way. If my lord joins the Spirit Nation, we'll follow him. The experts spoke one after another. Some of them were dukes, some were city lords of the 36 main cities and 72 subcities, and some were old monsters who had lived in seclusion for many years. In short, Lin Ling was able to subdue this group of people. This was a pleasant surprise for Lin Ling. Without the help of the Realm Scorpion and the Nether Soldier, Lin Ling would never have succeeded. Then, everyone landed on the ground and sat cross-legged to recover. Lin Ling did the same. He felt the changes in his body but could not detect the energy. Even his soul power and the stare of wisdom could not detect it. In the end, he could only leave it as it was. This cultivation lasted for 3 full days. Rumble. On this day, the void finally cracked open as if an eggshell had been peeled open. Then, a large hand reached in and tore open the eggshell. Finally, 4 figures appeared in the sky. The void was completely shattered as a foreign spiritual energy surged in. This made everyone feel as if they had survived a disaster. The void was finally broken. Lin Ling, Longyang Little South Xianxia, are you here? The 4 people who appeared had unfathomable strength and were emitting a strong aura of majesty. Their strength was stronger than the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. Obviously, they were the people of the gods. You are? Lin Ling immediately looked up and stared at the 4 people in the sky. The 4 of them were dressed differently. Some wore long robes while others wore armor. They seemed to be from different gods. Lin Ling? One of them stared at Lin Ling and laughed excitedly. I am the deity king of the east under Lei Gong. As he spoke, he walked towards Lin Ling. He wore a scholar's robe and looked approachable. However, Lin Ling could guess that this person's status in Lei Gong's hall was not low. He might be a divine general. What happened here? Did you find anything? The middle-aged man called the deity king of the east immediately asked. You guys are really slow. If it wasn't for Lord Lin Ling, we would have become people of the spirit nation. Seeing the middle-aged man, the crowd immediately sneered as if they were not afraid of the deity king of the east at all. Of course, these people felt that it was not worth it for Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had fought for so long and finally chased away the great god of the spirit nation. The so-called 4 great gods had only just arrived. It was too embarrassing. Lin Ling shook his head at the people behind him, stopping them from saying anything more. Then he roughly explained what had happened. As the 4 people listened to Lin Ling, their expressions changed. In the end, their expressions changed drastically. You mean to say that the great god of the spirit nation is the host of the will of the world? The spirit nation is also the gathering place of the will of the world? Chapter 4159. It was no wonder that during the era of the gods, the will of the world could fight against the gods. It turned out that the will of the world was really terrifying. However, this had nothing to do with Lin Ling. To put it bluntly, Lin Ling was fighting against the spirit nation for his own sake. He did not have the heart to worry about the world. You stopped the awakening of the great gods of the spirit nation? Lin Ling, Longyang Little South, you have done a great service. I didn't expect Xianxia to be so close to betraying the gods. Damn it. The 4 gods already know about this matter. You can go back now. You have successfully completed this mission. I estimate that this mission will allow you to increase your level by 1 star. Especially you, Lin Ling. You were originally a 5-star god of heaven sound. Now, you will definitely reach 6-star. Congratulations, congratulations. The 4 experts smiled and said. The deity king of the east even bowed to Lin Ling. He looked extremely polite. Although he was stronger than Lin Ling was still a trial taker. In the future, it was very likely that he would take over the Great Hall of Lei Gong. Therefore, he had to be respectful. He was a divine general. In fact, he was also a trial taker. However, he had failed many trial missions and was eventually eliminated. This matter is too important. We will go first. You can go back by yourselves. After that, they did not dare to stay. After cupping their hands to Lin Ling and the others, they immediately disappeared. Alright. Lin Ling bowed slightly to the 4 of them. Looking at the endless void in the distance, his body finally relaxed. This mission was full of twists and turns and took a long time. It was beyond imagination. Fortunately, Lin Ling had completed everything he wanted to do. The Creation Alliance and the Serpent Clan were also saved by Lin Ling. During this mission, Lin Ling's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. He had entered the ranks of the 9 continents Titans. Of course, the results seemed to be perfect. In fact, Lin Ling had risked his life to get it back. Lin Ling, it's time for me to go back. While Lin Ling was sighing, Longyang suddenly walked over and cupped her hands towards Lin Ling. Thanks to you, I have successfully completed my mission. I will return this favor to you in the future. However, don't think that our grudge is over. Looking at Lin Ling with a complicated expression, Longyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. That's for the best. If you gave up that battle out of gratitude, I would look down on you instead. Lin Ling immediately nodded lightly. I'll take Little South with me first. She's still in a coma. We can only ask the Curitian to take a look at her after we return. But I think she's fine. On the contrary, her status has been raised because of this mission. Longyang held Little South in her right hand, glanced at Lin Ling again, and flew off into the distance. Let's go. Seeing Longyang disappear, Lin Ling smiled and said to the tens of thousands of experts behind him. He strode into the void, and the experts behind him followed step by step. There was no doubt that this group of people would have another identity from now on. They would be members of the God-Slayer Alliance. If Lin Ling raised his arms and shouted, countless experts in the final world would support Lin Ling. In addition to the God-Slayer Alliance, Lin Ling was now a giant in the final world that could not be provoked. He even dared to face the 9 states' top 10 martial gods head-on. After leaving this realm, Lin Ling and Lu Chen continued to move forward. Senior Lu Chen, what are your plans now? Lin Ling asked. Lu Chen looked at the Creation Alliance and the Orochi clan behind him, then sighed and said, "The Spirit Nation has treated us as traitors. They will definitely not let this go. So, for the time being, I'm afraid we have nowhere to go. Why don't you go to Qingzhou first? That's my territory, and Lei Gong's experts are secretly guarding it. If anything happens, Lei Gong and I will be the first to know, and we will definitely come to help you," Lin Ling suggested. "All right, since we can't go anywhere for the time being, let's go to Qingzhou." Lu Chen nodded immediately, then flew in the void for a long time. When Qingzhou gradually came into view, he led the Creation Alliance and left. In the blink of an eye, only the experts who had assimilated with Lin Ling were left behind. "You guys should go back as well," Lin Ling said to these people. "All right, if my lord needs anything, just say the word, and we will rush over immediately." These experts all saluted Lin Ling. In their hearts, Lin Ling was their king. Then, they dispersed and disappeared into the vast void. The originally lively surroundings suddenly became quiet. Lin Ling was not used to this. He looked at the giant ghost beside him and asked, "Did you discover anything during the battle with Han Xie's giant ghost?" Helping the giant ghost find its origin was a promise that Lin Ling had made to the giant ghost. So, Lin Ling was very concerned about this matter. "I've awakened some memories, but if I really want to know everything, I might have to return to the 8 gods' heavenly palace." The giant ghost's eyes looked into the distance with a complicated expression. Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost with a smile and said, "You obtained the map of the 7th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace at the last auction. Once everything is settled, let's go to the 8 gods' heavenly palace." The giant ghost also looked at Lin Ling, and its eyes flickered. It seemed to be moved, but it did not say anything. "You've been with me for so long, but you're still so arrogant." Lin Ling could not help but chide it. "Compared to the 8 gods' heavenly palace, you should think of a way to deal with the energy in your body first. Anyway, you won't die, so there will be a way to deal with it. However, I never thought that an evil ghost like you would care about others." "Bullshit." 1 man and 1 ghost walked through the void. To Lin Ling, the giant ghost had accompanied him as he grew up, and the 2 of them roamed the strange lands together. Their relationship was extraordinary. Although the giant ghost represented evil, Lin Ling felt that it was not evil at all. Instead, it had emotions like a human. Perhaps, this was something that the 8 gods did not expect. "Although I've gained a lot from this mission, I've also inadvertently been involved in an ancient deity storm." As they walked, Lin Ling sighed. After the incident in the Spirit Nation, Lin Ling realized how insignificant he was. An existence like the great god of the Spirit Nation could kill him, Lin Ling, with just a finger. There was no need for the great god of the Spirit Nation. As long as Lord Ning took action, Lin Ling would not be able to fight back. This made Lin Ling curious. During the era of the gods, how many experts were there, and how terrifying their strength was. Although you got involved in a storm, at least your strength has improved by leaps and bounds. The time needed for this is not even enough for 10 years. Be content, the giant ghost said from the side. Lin Ling nodded. To a warrior in the martial god realm, 10 years was just the blink of an eye. However, in these 10 years, Lin Ling had broken through 2 levels and even created 6 divine fetuses. Such progress was a pleasant surprise to anyone. Chapter 4160. Lin Ling, you have completed the mission this time. Lei Gong will definitely reward you greatly. When the time comes, let's see if there is any way to solve the hidden danger in your body. After all, although this hidden danger is not life-threatening, it is not good to leave it in your body. But after Lin Ling disappeared for a long time, the void also flowed like water waves. A figure quietly appeared, looking in the direction they left with a faint smile. Trial taker Lin Ling. His strength is now comparable to the city lord of E-City. What a crazy growth of the younger generation. Such a god, the spirit nation must not miss. This person was Lord Ning. He knew very well that after Lin Ling's disruption, the spirit nation's great god was not angry. Instead, he praised Lin Ling and Lord Ning. Of course, the spirit nation's great god's purpose was to obtain Lin Ling, a fierce general, by any means possible. Let Lin Ling, a once powerful god, return to his position. At this moment, Lin Ling's strength had greatly increased, so it did not take long for him to return to the final world. This made Lin Ling very happy. For the past few years, he had been trapped in the void of Spirit Light City. It was like being in prison. So, when he returned to the final world, he immediately felt like he had returned from prison. Snow-blowing city. Without stopping, Lin Ling brought the giant ghost and quickly shot towards Snow-blowing city. Snow-blowing city could only be considered as a mid-tier city among the 36 main cities. This was the change in the past 100 years. In the past, Snow-blowing city was at the bottom of the 36 main cities. There were even signs of it falling to the level of a secondary city. However, with the rise of Lin Ling, these signs obviously did not exist anymore. At this moment, on the ancient road leading to Snow-blowing city, a large number of experts smiled and walked forward. If one looked carefully, the weakest of these experts were at the late stage of the martial god realm. There were even some at the peak of the martial god realm. Their temperament was extraordinary, and their every move carried the temperament of a superior person. This was because they were the city lords of the various cities. Among them, there were 8 city lords from the 36 main cities and 29 city lords from the 72 secondary cities. Their purpose was naturally to go to Snow-blowing city to listen to the orders of the gods. Not long ago, the gods suddenly issued an order for the nearby city lords to go to the 4 main cities to discuss important matters. Among the 4 main cities, one of them was Snow-blowing city. Therefore, all the city lords near Snow-blowing city had gathered there. And for Snow-blowing city, this was obviously a great honor. After all, to let the city lords of each city come in person and be the host, their status was like a cut above the others. This made the city lords' dissatisfaction. A trial tester named Lin Ling has appeared in Snow City. Therefore, Xianxia's status has also risen. It must be Lin Ling otherwise with Snow-blowing city? It's not that I'm looking down on him, but how could he have the qualifications to gather us city lords? He can only be a runner. However, this god's order seems to be extremely urgent. I'm afraid something big is about to happen. These city lords talked as they walked. From their words, it could be seen that they were disdainful of Snow-blowing city. I heard that the trial tester Lin Ling is very powerful. Among the 36 main cities, 80% of the people are no match for him. As for the 72 secondary cities, I'm afraid only 1 or 2 people can fight against him. At this moment, one of the young city lords suddenly said with a smile, "City Lord Yang, do you also think Lin Ling is very strong?" Someone next to him asked curiously, "Whether he's strong or not, I don't know. But just based on his identity as a trial taker, he's higher than us." Sigh, comparisons are odious. Some people's luck is extremely good when they're born. The young city lord shook his head and said, he seemed to be in awe of Lin Ling, but there was a touch of jealousy in his words. He seemed to think that Lin Ling could become a trial tester because of luck. But he did not have such luck. I also agree with City Lord Yang's words. Another city lord said. He was also very young. Obviously, they were masters of the 36 academies. Because of their strength and talent, they had become the city lords of the 36 main cities. Originally, they thought they were young and promising. After all, it was a very glorious thing to become a city lord at such a young age. However, when it came to Lin Ling, they immediately dimmed like fireflies. Forget it. They have a god as their backer. They have a very strong background, while we have nothing. We can only rely on ourselves. Yes, there is an old saying in the final world. Unless you have the strength to change everything, background and relationships are extremely important. Now, I deeply understand this saying. The other city lords also said one after another. It's useless to say more. At present, we'd better do our job well. I just don't know if Xianxia is arrogant or not. I hope he won't use Lin Ling's name to show off. How dare he? Don't blame me for teaching him a lesson. Speaking of Xianxia, the city lords said with disdain. He only relies on Lin Ling's name. Otherwise, he would be nothing in the 36 main cities. The youngest city lord snorted disdainfully at this moment. Lin Ling was a trial taker, so he did not dare to provoke him casually. However, he did not care about Xianxia, who was of similar status. A moment later, a huge city quietly appeared in front of them. Obviously, it was Snow City. However, when they were heading to Snow City, a figure also flew over their heads. This caused the city lords to frown, and they were a little unhappy. These city lords were like the kings of the final world. They had always been the ones flying over other people's heads. Since when had they ever had their heads stepped on by others? How dare you! The young city lord called Yang waved his arm, and a gust of wind raged in the sky. City Lord Yang, this is the area near Snow City. Don't act rashly. Seeing this, a city lord immediately advised. So what? Snow City knows that we are coming, but they still let people fly at will. Obviously, they don't take us seriously. I am teaching them a lesson. City Lord Yang snorted coldly. I think so too. When the other city lords heard City Lord Yang's words, they also felt that it was reasonable. Originally, when they were going to Snow-Blowing City for a gathering, they already felt inferior. Now that they saw someone being so rude, it made them feel even more unhappy. Now, seeing City Lord Yang teaching that rude person a lesson, they naturally agreed. It could be regarded as another way to vent their anger. They also wanted to let Snow-Blowing City know that they, the city lords, had come and Snow-Blowing City would welcome their arrival. The wind raged in the sky, but the warrior waved his sleeve and the wind immediately dispersed. Then, the warrior floated in the distant sky and looked at the group of people on the ground indifferently. This also made the city lords realize that the warrior was wearing a blue and white robe and was extremely young. It seems that he is Lin Ling. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Chapter 4161. However, the man in the blue robe, who was floating in the sky, did not say anything. He strode forward and ran towards Snow City again. He easily broke Mayor Yang's attack. His strength is absolutely amazing. Coupled with the blue robe, it is very likely that he is Lin Ling. Looking at the man leaving, the other city lords frowned and said. As for City Lord Yang, his expression changed a bit. Then he let out a cold snort and said, So what if it's Lin Ling? Do you think he dares to touch me? Let's go to Snow City. After saying that, he strode forward. Although he wasn't sure if that person was Lin Ling, he had already done what he shouldn't have done. He, Yang, was not going to be a coward. Moreover, Lin Ling was famous, but he had always been unconvinced. After all, he was the top master in the third hall of Wuxia College. Lin Ling was just a guy who relied on luck to get to the top. Even if it is Lin Ling, Mayor Yang is not afraid of him. Lin Ling relies on the support of the gods. In terms of strength, Mayor Yang is above him. The other city lords looked at each other and then headed towards Snow City, led by Mayor Yang. At this moment, a large number of strong men gathered at the gate of Snow City. The leader was Xianxia. His eyes looked forward with a touch of dissatisfaction. My lord, according to the time, they should have come early in the morning, but we have waited until noon. Next to him, an old man frowned and said, Not long ago, the city lord mansion received an order from the gods, saying that the city lords of the nearby cities would gather in Snow City. Xianxia naturally did not dare to neglect this. This was the first time that Snow City had greeted those city lords as a host. Different from the last college exchange, it was a great honor for Snow City to have all the city lords come. However, when he greeted those city lords politely, they had been waiting for a whole morning. With the strength of those city lords, according to the time, they should not have taken so long to arrive. Obviously, those city lords were deliberately taking their time to suppress Xianxia's prestige. Those city lords are dissatisfied with your lordship's sudden rise in power and the importance of the gods. The old man beside him also knew this and spoke in a rather displeased manner. Xianxia squinted his eyes and said, "I don't mind. What I'm afraid of is that the gods have an important task. If they come here lazily and delay the task, it will be difficult to report back to the gods." The old man nodded. "And when the time comes, all the fault will be pushed onto you. It's really a group of guys who can't see the situation clearly. Do they still think that our snow-blowing city is the same as it was in the past?" Xianxia snorted coldly. At this moment, a figure dashed over from afar. Currently, in the area of snow-blowing city, because they wanted to welcome the various city lords, the cultivators were not allowed to fly. They could only walk as a sign of respect to the city lords. Therefore, when someone flew over proudly, it naturally attracted countless gazes. "My lord, look, that looks like it." The old man next to him was angry at first, but then he suddenly became ecstatic. "It's Lin Ling. He's back." Xianxia rubbed his eyes and a smile appeared on his face. He naturally knew that Lin Ling had gone to do a trial task, but he never expected that in just a few years, Lin Ling would come back. "Go and inform my senior sister. By the way, inform Snow Blowing Academy and you as well," Xianxia hurriedly said to the old man next to him. But the old man nodded excitedly. Now he knew that the young man had become the representative of Snow Blowing City. Because of the young man's rise, Snow Blowing City's reputation among the 36 and 72 cities was not low. Senior Tsang. Not long after, Lin Ling landed at the city gate and then looked at Xianxia with a smile. "Ah, Lin Ling, you're finally back." Xianxia laughed and came in front of Lin Ling and gave Lin Ling a punch on his chest. Back then, when he had found out that Lin Ling was a trial taker, he had given Lin Ling enough help. So many years had passed, and Lin Ling had not let him down. She had completely become the heavenly voice of God and had even become his superior. He clearly knew that because of Lin Ling's existence, Snow Blowing City had been worry-free for thousands of years. Even a god would not easily change Snow Blowing City. "You're back. Is Snow Blowing City all right?" Lin Ling also gave Xianxia a punch on his chest. Even though his current status was higher than Xianxia's, he was still Lin Ling and did not bully others. It should be known that after becoming the heavenly voice of God, in the final world, all the city lords were lower than Lin Ling. Moreover, among all the trial testers, only the heavenly voice of God was qualified to talk to Lin Ling. When other trial testers saw Lin Ling, they had to call him Big Brother. Not to mention the holy knights and messengers of God. When they saw Lin Ling, they all had to salute him. Only the great general of God, whose status was equal to Lin Ling's. "Ha, you have a terrible senior in your family. How could anything happen?" 2 years ago, in fact, there were experts who secretly sneaked into Snow Blowing City. It seemed that they wanted to investigate something, but they were all thrown out of the city by that senior. After this incident, Snow Blowing City has been peaceful, Xianxia said. Lin Ling knew that the senior must be treasure god Nanwufengyu. Nanwufengyu had indeed protected Snow Blowing City in the past few years. "Brother Ling." At this time, a large number of people came running from Snow Blowing City. The fastest ones were undoubtedly Yu and Yuer and Xian Yuangu. When they saw Lin Ling, their faces were obviously relaxed. Obviously, they were very worried about Lin Ling going to Spirit Kingdom to save Lu Chen. Fortunately, Lin Ling had once again overcome all the hardships he had to endure. When Lin Ling saw his wives, his heart was filled with nostalgia. He strode forward and hugged his 3 beautiful wives in his arms. Everyone smiled as they watched the scene, but they did not interrupt. "That's trial tester Lin Ling? Wow, I've heard of his name for a long time. Today, I finally have the chance to meet him. So handsome, and it seems that his strength is very strong. Haha, this is an expert from our Snow Blowing Academy, the representative of our Snow Blowing Academy." Far away on the street, A large number of snow-blowing academy students stared at Lin Ling with burning admiration in their eyes. Some of the good-looking women's hearts were beating violently at this moment. If it were not for the beautiful women in Lin Ling's arms, they would have almost given him a flirtatious look. However, Lin Ling's 3 beautiful wives each had their own characteristics. They were all beautiful women. Compared to Yu and the others, these women felt a little inferior. Dead. Grandpa! At this moment, Lin Yi and the others walked out with Lin Ling's granddaughter in tow. Brother Ling. Ancestor Taiyin and treasure god Nanhua Fenyu also came out with Xiaoyu and the others. Chapter 4162. Everyone immediately nodded. They stared at this tall man with deep admiration in the depths of their eyes. This was because they knew that this man had used his seemingly weak body to block all the storms and tribulations, allowing them to gain a foothold in the final world. Then, young Master Monster and the others appeared one after another. Regardless of whether they were in seclusion or adventuring outside, they all rushed back at once. Even outside Snow City, a large number of experts from the God-Slayer Alliance appeared. The various leaders looked at Lin Ling from afar, their hearts filled with joy. Without a doubt, the commotion caused by Lin Ling's return was huge. It was like pulling one hair and affecting the whole body. After all, in the final world, Lin Ling was now a famous person. Looking at the crowd, Lin Ling roughly told them what he had seen in the Spirit Nation, especially to young Master Monster and Majin Tianzi. Hearing this, young Master Monster and the others' faces changed. They had not expected their fierce forces to join the Spirit Nation, and behind the Spirit Nation was the will of the final world. Lin Ling this. Young Master Monster and Majin Tianzi were in a difficult position. They are them and we are us. So, it's not a big problem. Lin Ling naturally knew why they were in a difficult position. They were afraid that the ancient goblin tribe would become Lin Ling's enemy in the future. That's right. They are them and we are us. We are from the God-Slayer Alliance. Young Master Monster pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile. The ancient goblin tribe joining the Spirit Nation was their problem, but young Master Monster was from the God-Slayer Alliance, and that was enough. It seems that the deities have gathered here to talk about the Spirit Nation. Song Chiri immediately guessed after hearing Lin Ling's words. I think so too. Lin Ling nodded. The Spirit Nation is recruiting experts everywhere, so the deities will interrupt them. Now that they have spread the news, it must be to warn people in advance and not to join the Spirit Nation. I didn't expect the Spirit Nation to be so powerful. Song Chiri and the old woman looked at each other, their eyes solemn. Then, they stared at Lin Ling and shook their heads in disbelief. Back in the day, Lin Ling was very weak and didn't have the qualifications to know many secrets of the era of gods. But now, Lin Ling was already the spokesperson of the gods. He knew more things than they did and could do things in the name of the gods. Oh, it's so lively? Right at this moment, a large number of people finally walked in from the enormous city gates. They were the city lords of the various cities. They were obviously surprised. Originally, they thought that Song Chiri and the others were here to welcome them, so they were happy. Song Chiri knew how to do things. However, after entering Snow City, they found that these people were not here to welcome them at all. Even if they did not speak, no one would know that they had come. This undoubtedly made them very unhappy. Song Chiri, is this how you treat your guests? Don't you know that we're here on behalf of the gods? If you neglect us, it's the same as neglecting the gods. One of the young men suddenly shouted with great majesty, as if he were Song Chiri's immediate superior. This voice undoubtedly interrupted Lin Ling and attracted the attention of many people at the same time. That seems to be Yonggang? There were many experts present, and 1 or 2 people recognized the young man. The strongest expert of the Shunsen Hall of Wuwei College. When they finished speaking, the faces of the students in the college changed greatly. Wuwei College was ranked 3rd among the 36 colleges and was even more powerful than the E-Garden. How could a young expert who could become the strongest in this college be weak? It could be said that 90% of the people in the 36 colleges were no match for this person alone. If this person had come to Snowwind College in the past, People would have been flattered and their eyes would have been opened. However, there was one more person above Yang, Lin Ling. Naturally, Yang seemed to be a lot dimmer. City Lord Yang, what do you mean by this? Seeing Yanggang's rudeness, Song Chiri felt a little embarrassed. He, Song Chiri, was a city lord. Although he was not as good as Yang, he was at least half of Yanggang's senior. Yang did not give him any face at all. What do you mean? I'm asking you, what do you mean? Didn't you receive the god's order? Before Yang could speak, another young man next to him spoke. This person was called Lin Xiu, the second strongest expert of the E-Garden's Xianxia Hall. He was also the most outstanding person in the college. Of course, compared to Yang, he was naturally a lot dimmer. After all, Yang was also ranked 50th on the Stairway of Heaven on the divine list. Then do you know how long I've been waiting? I've been waiting since morning. You said I neglected the god's order, but I think you're the ones who neglected the god's order. Song Chiri was so angry that his voice was like a firecracker. He glanced around, and the city lords under the gate did not dare to look directly at him, because they were in the wrong. According to the rules, they should have rushed over immediately. However, Yang was walking slowly, which caused them to slow down as well. We came from all the main cities. Do you think we can get here in a day? If you're so powerful, why don't you come to my main city? However, Yang was still not afraid of Song Chiri. Hearing this, Song Chiri could not hold back anymore. He took a step forward, but Lin Ling stopped him and looked at Yang calmly. Yang also looked at Lin Ling. Naturally, he recognized Lin Ling as the man in the blue robe from before. He also guessed that the man in the blue robe was Lin Ling. Phoenix's eye. Then he shouted. His eyes suddenly turned pitch black and his pupils changed. They did not look like the eyes of a human, but the eyes of a phoenix. Strangely, he could see Lin Ling's cultivation stage through the phoenix's eye. It was extremely rude to check someone's cultivation stage rashly, which made the eyes of young Master Yao and the others extremely cold. However, Lin Ling waved his hand indifferently. He believed that Yang could not see through Lin Ling's cultivation stage. 4th level of the martial god realm. At this moment, Yang let out a long voice that was mixed with a wisp of disdain. Is that all? Beside him, Lin Xiu also laughed mockingly. They were both at the peak of the martial god realm, but Lin Ling was only at the 4th level of the martial god realm. Although Lin Ling was famous, they thought Lin Ling was only SO. If Lin Ling did not have a strong background, he would be weaker than them. I've been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Waiting for us? Yang squinted his eyes and looked indifferent. First in the Shunsen Hall of Wuxia College, right? What's your ranking on the Stairway to Heaven? Lin Ling asked again. 52nd. Chapter 4163. Not too bad. How about this? You're barely qualified to fight me. If you win, you can do whatever you want. Lin Ling nodded. If you lose, you'll have to do whatever you want. His voice was calm, but it carried a domineering aura. Not too bad. Yang sneered. What do you mean by that? It's simple. If you're only ranked 80th or 90th on the Stairway to Heaven, I'm sorry, but you're not even qualified to fight me. If you're ranked 52nd, you're barely qualified. Lin Ling said calmly. However, to Yanggang's ears, it sounded like he was looking down on him. Shameless boasting. Before Yang could speak, Lin Xiu shouted angrily. That was because he was not ranked 52nd. Did that mean that he was not even qualified to fight Lin Ling? Although he had heard that Lin Ling had defeated the city governor, he did not think that Lin Ling was much stronger than him. Moreover, he was no match for Yang. However, before he could say anything, Yang had already stopped him. All right, I'll fight you. Yang was obviously looking forward to this battle. He had heard of Lin Ling's name and had always wanted to learn from him. In his opinion, not every trial taker was strong. As far as he knew, the trial taker circle was very unbalanced. The strong ones had heaven-defying strength while the weak ones were even weaker than them. He guessed that Lin Ling had not been a trial taker for long and should be a weak trial taker. Therefore, he would teach Lin Ling a lesson today. Boom! Yang unleashed all of his boundary essence. He was at the peak of the martial god realm and was just a little bit away from breaking through to the martial god realm. Of course, although the gap did not seem big, it was huge. There were many cultivators who had been stuck at the martial god realm their entire lives. His divine energy was also surging out and he had more than 20 streaks. From this point of view, he was obviously much more powerful than Duan Wuhin. However, what was truly terrifying was his talent. The cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. It was actually the phoenix bloodline. Furthermore, it was a pure phoenix bloodline. As soon as this phoenix appeared, its entire body was pitch black. After rushing out of snow-blowing city, it immediately sprinkled down endless brilliance. Although it was a completely black phoenix, it was still incomparably beautiful and sacred. Although Yang had not awakened his divine power, his innate talent was too powerful. He was an innate divine fetus. Just the flight of the black phoenix alone was enough to make people feel pressured. If he had awakened his divine power, he would probably be a genius without a divine fetus. He was just releasing his aura. Then he would be able to defeat his opponent. To be able to become the top student of Wuxia Academy, that kind of talent was enough to make people's scalps tingle. It was no wonder that he was jealous of Linling. That was because Linling was so talented and powerful, yet he hadn't become a cultivator. How could he be willing to accept that? Innate divine embryo. In Snow City, many people's faces changed greatly. In the beginning, they thought that the young man was too arrogant. But now it would seem that the young man really did have the ability to be arrogant. Don't worry, Linling also has an innate divine embryo. There's no need to fear him. However, someone immediately said, both of them have innate divine embryos. In this case, it will be difficult for Lord Linling to defeat that young man. And with that young man's arrogant look, he will definitely be more arrogant after this. Someone secretly said worriedly, because many people knew that the arrival of these city lords was a show of strength to snow-blowing city. Therefore, if Linling couldn't defeat Yang, then this show of strength would never dissipate and the other city lords would never give face to snow-blowing city. Linling, student of Snow City, I heard that you have an innate divine embryo and are very powerful. But in my opinion, you're just SOSO. As his aura continued to rise, Yang also said indifferently. Looking at the sky again, the black phoenix was flying. It had a large number of phoenix bodies, turning the sky into a world of phoenixes. It was gorgeous and colorful. It is indeed the bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Treasure god Nan Wufenyu said lightly. Like the Dragon clan, the Phoenix clan was an ancient clan that was rarely seen in the void. They couldn't understand how Yang had obtained such a terrifying talent. Are you still not going to make your move? After his aura reached its peak, Yang looked at Linling proudly. Let's go. However, Linling only glanced at the sky, then turned and left with Yu and the others. This made everyone suspicious. Even Yu and the others were the same. Leave. Yang was stunned. Because weren't they supposed to have a big battle? Why did Linling leave? Are you afraid? Yang guessed that Linling must be afraid of him. Trial taker Linling didn't expect him to be so cowardly. He knew that he couldn't beat him and was embarrassed, so he didn't want to fight. The other city lords also had the same thought. They all smiled contemptuously, looking at Linling's back and shaking their heads mockingly. It seemed that Linling really relied on his identity as a trial taker to make a name for himself. Afraid. Just as they were laughing, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out. You can't even tell when I'm about to make my move. How are you going to fight me? The voice came from Linling, and it had a hint of helplessness. This caused the entire city to fall silent. Yanggang's eyes narrowed. Linling had made his move? Boom. Almost as soon as Linling finished speaking, two dragon gods suddenly appeared in the sky. They were majestic and filled with endless draconic might. These two dragon gods were so huge that one couldn't see the end of them. After they appeared, they coiled around the black phoenix from the left and right, one in front and one behind. This was also a battle between dragons and phoenixes. However, compared to the black phoenix, there were more dragon gods, and they were all innate godly fetuses. When did you have the innate bloodline of the dragon gods? Yanggong's eyes trembled violently. In his eyes, the black phoenix was entangled by the two dragon gods. It couldn't resist at all, and then it fell to the ground under countless shocked gazes. Yangang also spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood, and his face turned pale. Just now, when the two dragon gods came at him, he immediately felt a terrifying aura that he couldn't resist at all. He was defeated in one move. And it was a clean defeat, and he was wholeheartedly convinced. The Black Phoenix Divine Embryo was naturally weaker than the two Dragon Divine Embryos. City Lord Yangang. Seeing Yangang sitting cross-legged, the other City Lords were shocked. Their previous smugness disappeared in an instant, and they became docile and obedient. Thank you. Yangang sat cross-legged for a moment to recover, and finally opened his eyes. Then, he looked solemnly in the direction Lin Ling had disappeared and said word by word. He knew that Lin Ling had held back, or he would have been seriously injured. Moreover, it was rumored that Lin Ling had two divine embryos in his body, one of fire and one of thunder. But in his battle with him, Lin Ling had not used these two divine embryos. He had relied on his dragon god talent to defeat him. Therefore, if Lin Ling had used his full strength, he would have been defeated even more thoroughly. If you can't even sense when I attacked, how can you talk about fighting me? Lin Ling's words lingered in his mind, and then his bitter smile deepened. Indeed, he couldn't sense Lin Ling's attack at all. Chapter 4164. Governor Yang, please. We don't have much time left. Let's get down to business. At this time, Song Chiri's voice drifted into his ears. Yes, the life of a deity is more important. Yangang quickly stood up and smiled apologetically. Now, he was no longer as proud and arrogant as before, because Lin Ling also taught him a lesson. In a place like Snow-Blowing City, it was better for them, the city lords, to follow the rules. Sorry I'm late. Governor Tsong, I came here in a hurry and didn't bring anything good. However, I brought a bottle of 10,000-year-old Void Jade Star wine. I hope you'll accept it. When the other governors saw that Yangang had been defeated, they surrendered completely and smiled apologetically. One by one, they became well-behaved and obedient. That's good. Let's go back. Song Chiri laughed and asked people to prepare good wine and delicious food to welcome the governors. Of course, the moment he turned around, he was extremely excited. He had never expected that Lin Ling would defeat the governors so easily. It was faster, more convenient, and more domineering than he had imagined. After all, if Lin Ling defeated Yangang after 300 rounds, although it would be satisfying, obviously, the governors would not accept it. Because Lin Ling was a trial taker, it was not surprising that he could win. However, Lin Ling's move was simple and neat. The effect was different. It was like a loud slap. At this time, Lin Ling led the crowd to the courtyard. As for what had happened before, Lin Ling naturally did not take it to heart. With his current strength, no one in the martial god realm could defeat him except for the top 10 martial gods of the 9 regions. Of course, the deities were an exception. After all, the deities were valued by the deities. Their means were mysterious and could not be underestimated. After returning to the courtyard, the crowd chatted animatedly. Lin Ling accompanied them for a long time, and then he was called out by the old woman. Under an ancient pine tree outside the courtyard, the needle-like pine leaves scattered in the wind. The old woman stood under the pine tree and looked at Lin Ling with gratification. Senior, what is it? Lin Ling respected the old woman from the bottom of his heart. Even if he felt that his current strength was probably not much weaker than the old woman was still a senior in his heart. I just received an order from Lord Lei Gong. You have become a 7-star trial taker. The old woman took a deep breath, suppressed her excitement, and said word by word. 7 stars. Hearing this, Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. One had to know that he was only a 5-star not long ago. Now that he had jumped by 2 stars, he had missed at least 5 or 6 missions. That's right, Lei Gong is currently discussing the Spirit Kingdom with the other 3 great gods. However, before he left the hall, he told me, Lin Ling, you're amazing. You're a trial taker among the 4 great gods and have the fastest growth rate. The old woman, who had just suppressed her excitement, could no longer hold it in. You have to know that for others to complete a trial mission, the fastest would take 100 years, and the slowest would take 1,000 years. However, you have completed several major missions in just 3 years. It can be described as a miracle. Alright, what did you encounter when you were searching for the Spirit Kingdom? Why did Lei Gong reward you like this? Now that you've completed a 2-star mission, you can request 4 rewards from Lei Gong. Congratulations! The old woman said incoherently. Senior, you spoke too fast. I can't even react. Seeing the excited old woman, Lin Ling was speechless. His words made the old woman slap her forehead and laugh. All along, the old woman did not speak much to Lin Ling and gave off a serious vibe. However, as Lin Ling continued to grow stronger, this seriousness disappeared. Instead, she was as close to Lin Ling as a family member. Next, Lin Ling did not hide anything and told her about how he had chased away the great god of the Spirit Kingdom. I see. Heavens, you actually chased away a god. Sometimes, even I am afraid of the things you do. Hearing Lin Ling's words, the old woman was undoubtedly shocked. With the strength of a martial god, he had disrupted the plan of a god. It was no wonder that Lei Gong had rewarded Lin Ling so much. She could not help but admire Lin Ling's luck. This was because a god could have killed Lin Ling with just one look. However, Lin Ling had taken the risk and stopped the great god of the Spirit Kingdom before he was about to awaken. All of this sounded simple, but the old woman knew that it was definitely more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Oh right, now that I've become a 7-star trial taker, I can get 4 rewards? Lin Ling was obviously more concerned about the rewards because he also wanted Lei Gong to help him remove the hidden danger in his body. Moreover, his realm had advanced by leaps and bounds, and his 6 dantians had all become divine fetuses. He also wanted to open his 7th dantian. To open the dantian, one had to cultivate their essence, qi, and spirit at the same time. However, Lin Ling's current realm, soul force, and physical strength had already reached the standard. He only lacked the cultivation resources needed to open the dantian. Therefore, he also wanted to use the rewards to exchange for treasures. That's right, there are 4 rewards. Moreover, you are a 7-star trial taker. When ordinary trial takers meet you, they have to bow to you because your status is higher than theirs. The old woman smiled and was happy for Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling's status had risen, and so had her status. Among the many guardians, the others did not dare to laugh at her easily. There's such a rule? Hearing this, Lin Ling was a little suspicious. He remembered that when he went to Lei Gong's hall, the trial takers had a higher status than him, but they rarely put on airs with their status. You don't know about this? Seeing that Lin Ling seemed to be hearing this for the first time, the old woman was shocked. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head. It was indeed his first time hearing this. However, his eyes suddenly lit up. He recalled the first time he went to Lei Gong's hall. Sister Zhen seemed to be making things difficult for him, and the other trial takers not only did not help him, but also spoke for Sister Zhen. This seemed to indicate the difference between the trial takers. Level. As for later, Lei Gong had already regarded himself as a successor. Although the others did not know, they could more or less guess it from Lei Gong's attitude. No wonder later in Lei Gong's hall, although Sister Zhen and the others were easy to talk to, they looked at Lin Ling with strange eyes. You just entered the world of gods, so you are not familiar with these rules. This is normal. The old woman nodded to Lin Ling. Senior, I heard that there is a world of gods in the final world, but why haven't I seen it yet? Lin Ling also remembered what people called this place when he first came to Miaozhou. This place had the final world and the world of gods. Now, he had a firm foothold in the final world, but he had never heard of the world of gods. You don't have to worry about this, because I estimate that it won't be long before Lord Lei Gong takes you to the world of gods. There are all the gods under the 4 great gods, powerful holy knights, great generals, and so on. The old woman smiled, her eyes filled with yearning. Even I have only been there once, and that was the homeland of the gods in the past. Chapter 4165. The place where the Battle of the Gods took place was also the Era of the Gods. The old woman nodded heavily at Lin Ling hearing this. Lin Ling was suddenly excited because he had heard many things about the Era of the Gods and had always been curious. He did not expect that it was the world of gods. At that time, during the dusk of the gods fell. That piece of land was probably deserted. For now, you should wait for the news because Lei Gong is discussing with the other gods. When he returns, he will definitely look for you. Seeing Lin Ling full of yearning, the old woman suddenly smiled and said, "Moreover, you often do missions outside, so you should seize this time to rest and accompany your family." Okay. Lin Ling also had this idea. He also wanted to see what treasures would be in the inheritance treasure after reaching the 4th level of the martial god realm. By the way, Lei Gong also told you to be careful because you interrupted the plan of the Spirit Nation. I'm afraid that the Spirit Nation will target you. The Spirit Nation is in the dark and you are in the light. Sometimes it's impossible to guard against them. As for the 9 regions, there are very few people who can shake you. At this time, the old woman warned again. Lin Ling nodded and then walked back to the courtyard with the old woman. Lin Ling naturally knew that although he seemed powerful now, there were still many people who could take his life. And there were many such people. Luli Empress. 9 regions, 10 great martial gods. Especially the Duan lineage martial god. Because Duan Wuhan died in the hands of Lin Ling, this was equivalent to cutting off the bloodline of the Duan family. The Duan lineage martial god would definitely not let Lin Ling go. Returning to the courtyard, Lin Ling suppressed all the things in his heart and enjoyed the hard-won family reunion. That night, Snow-Blowing City was also incomparably lively. Some acquaintances of the final world also came to visit at this moment. This kind of life lasted for a full 10 days before Lin Ling began to return to his peaceful life. At present, he was waiting for Lei Gong to summon him. At that time, he could mention the reward to Lei Gong. In the room, Lin Ling sat cross-legged. His eyes were calm. His originally well-defined face was now less murderous and more sacred. Strands of divine power lingered around his body, flickering like fireflies. It was this divine power that distinguished Lin Ling from ordinary martial gods. In the 9 regions, there were not many martial gods who had divine power. And those who had this power, without a doubt, a symbol of the top experts. Around Lin Ling, the phantoms of the 6 divine embryos flowed like water. The twin dragon gods, the wraith jellyfish and primal chaos were like strange beasts of the world standing guard. And above Lin Ling's head, the human sovereign's flame and the thunder lock physique were still fighting. The divine might they exuded was clearly superior to the other talents. After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling's eyes finally opened. His left eye was filled with golden flames and his right eye was filled with white lightning. My realm has finally stabilized. Lin Ling said softly. He had broken through 2 realms in a row on this trip to Spirit Light City. Therefore, he was afraid that his realm would be unstable. After all, the boundary essence of the martial god realm was no small matter. If he was careless and caused the boundary essence to become chaotic, it was possible for him to self-destruct. The power of that self-destruction was undoubtedly very strong, especially since Lin Ling had 6 stanchions. The power of his self-destruction was comparable to the peak of the martial god realm. Therefore, after reaching the 4th level of the martial god realm, Lin Ling did not dare to be in a hurry to break through. It seems that the energy given by the Spirit Nation is very pure. There are no side effects when breaking through realms. However, when I was stabilizing my realm, I did not feel anything strange. It was as if there were no changes in my body. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. He knew that the quieter it was, the more dangerous it would be. If the Spirit Nation falls, the energy will never explode. However, once the Spirit Nation's deities come near, the energy will disturb your dantian and turn you into a member of the Spirit Nation. The giant ghost said calmly as he sat by the window and stared at the pitch-black night sky. What a ticking time bomb. Yes. Lin Ling nodded, then let out a helpless sigh. As expected, most of the things that were obtained too cheaply were not good stuff. Forget it. I'll wait for Lord Lei Gong to return and see if he has any ideas. Lin Ling did not think too much about it. Instead, the divine inheritance treasure appeared in his mind and a smile of anticipation appeared on his face. Currently, Lin Ling had many treasures on him, especially the indigo spiritual flower. Of course, he had given the precious indigo spiritual flower to Yu Yu and Yuer and the others to increase their talents. However, he had only given them one indigo spiritual flower. After all, Lin Ling had personally experienced the power of the indigo spiritual flower. If he did not have a powerful refining method, he would explode. Currently, Lin Ling did not dare to refine the indigo spiritual flower so easily. He would only make plans after he became stronger. Therefore, his attention was now focused on the god's heirloom. 4th level martial god. Who knew what kind of rare treasures there would be in this treasure trove? I estimate that the treasures of a 4th level martial god are similar to those of a 3rd level martial god. Seeing Lin Ling drawing the seal in the air, the giant ghost floated over and said curiously, "Why are you so sure?" Lin Ling asked the giant ghost as he drew the seal to open the divine inheritance treasure. Because the divine inheritance treasure will guarantee that you will surpass the martial god realm and achieve the martial god realm, but it won't provide you with too much help. After all, it's only beneficial to you. The ultimate tribulation of the martial god realm is the greatest tribulation of the martial god realm. It's a kind of reliance, a kind of inner demon. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling was well aware of this too. Let's see if you're right. Lin Ling waved his right hand, causing a loud explosion. Following this, the rift was torn open, revealing a black hole. Lin Ling and the giant ghost looked into the black hole, and the first thing they saw was a black token. The World Massacre Order. This treasure again? Lin Ling and the giant ghost exchanged glances with one another and smiled. Even though it was as the giant ghost had said, that a 4th level martial god realm cultivator would not unlock any unique treasures, the World Massacre Order was more than enough. At the very least, it gave Lin Ling another life-saving trump card. Although this trump card was a one-time use, there weren't many powerhouses in the final world who could block this trump card. D stones, TSKSK, 100 of them. Based on the cost of refining them last time, I should be able to improve my god force by 50 streams. Following this, Lin Ling was overjoyed when he saw the number of D stones. Currently, if he were to stumble into someone with a strong godly embryo, he could defeat them with his god force, such as Xianxia. The last treasure was none other than the god's essence fragment. Chapter 4166. The looting of the treasures is over. Overall, it's the same as the 3rd layer martial god realm, but there are more of them. Following this, Lin Ling put the treasures away and said in a dissatisfied tone, "Be content with what you have. Any one of your treasures is priceless to others, but you can get one every time you break through. If others knew about it, they would be jealous." The giant ghost said fiercely, "If I'm not mistaken, there are still a few of them. Therefore, I'm not the only one benefiting from it." Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. He clearly knew that the benefits in the eyes of others were just so to the gods. For example, the Ling Kingdom was a tycoon. They could easily give out godly embryos to others and grant them the right to become a god. That being said, those gods could not be compared to the real gods during the era of the gods. They could only be considered fake gods. However, even though your cultivation has stabilized, your godly force is rising too fast. It's not suitable for you to refine it anymore. Otherwise, the godly force will drown out the godly force you've comprehended. The giant ghost said. Lin Ling nodded. Why don't I exchange 100 godly stones for cultivation resources? You're going to use them to open your 7th dantian, right? The giant ghost guessed Lin Ling's intention. Even though it did not know what kind of cultivation technique Lin Ling had practiced that allowed him to open his dantian so frequently, it knew that Lin Ling had the ability to open his 7th dantian after spending some time with him. If you need a huge amount of cultivation resources, you'll need a lot of monarch crystals. During the era of the gods cultivated with the godly spring. This kind of spring water only appears in the void. It's the essence of spiritual qi. It's extremely rare, so it should be enough to satisfy your needs. Godly Spring. Lin Ling remembered the name. Following this, he began to cultivate again. This time, he was not going to improve the human emperor's flame, but the Bodhi Testimony Godly Art. The Bodhi Testimony Godly Art could improve his soul force, which was what he valued the most. The words of the Bodhi Testimony Godly Art appeared in his mind. Lin Ling entered a meditative state. The enlightened heart Bodhi was known as the Bodhisattva who had ascended to the ground to comprehend the truth of the Dharma. After all, it was pure, which was the so-called Prajna Paramitha form. The ancient Sanskrit words floated in Lin Ling's mind, as if an ancient elder was whispering in his ear. Inside Lin Ling's dantian, a wave of auspicious and peaceful energy appeared from the 6 great dantians, causing the tyrannical boundary essence to calm down. This made Lin Ling realize that the Bodhi Testimony divine skill seemed to be able to suppress the evil power of the spirit kingdom. Suddenly, an ancient and huge statue appeared in Lin Ling's mind. The statue was benevolent and looked at Lin Ling with affection. This time, the ancient Sanskrit was being whispered by the statue. Patriarch Subhuti. Lin Ling's mind shook. Wasn't this the ancient god he met in the myriad worlds? Under the Sanskrit words of the statue, Lin Ling felt a warm energy flowing through his body. The sound of the great Tao seemed to be lingering around Lin Ling's body, constantly nourishing him. At the same time, a soul seed seemed to have been opened in his soul force. Then, the warm voice of the great Tao started to tumble, and it actually turned into a blue cloud. All of this appeared deeply in Lin Ling's soul. Lin Ling could clearly sense that in the blue cloud, a blue divine dragon was swallowing the clouds and riding the mist. It was so majestic. The Sin Sea Dragon King of the Blue Bodhi, the divine dragon appeared to slay demons. This was the 3rd level of the Bodhi Testimony divine skill. The 3rd level had increased the power of God by 10 strands. However, it had to be used after the 1st and 2nd levels. The 1st level was the red Bodhi, the 2nd level was the yellow Bodhi, and the 3rd level was the blue Bodhi. A total of 12 strands of the power of God were born. One had to know that these 12 strands of the power of God were much more powerful than the power of God that the Godstone had comprehended. Now Lin Ling had a total of 62 strands of the power of God. Buzz. The sound of a Buddhist bell rang in Lin Ling's mind, causing him to slowly open his eyes. His body quietly emitted a righteous and peaceful power of Buddha. Success! The giant ghost's voice sounded at the same time. Lin Ling nodded immediately. He felt even more fortunate because he knew that the reason he was able to comprehend the 3rd level so smoothly was because of Patriarch Bodhi's Sanskrit. My soul force has increased by 3,000 strands, reaching 38,000 strands. Lin Ling licked his lips and became inexplicably excited. He then asked, "How long did it take me to comprehend this?" 3 months. The giant ghost said. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. Lin Ling had spent a lot of time in seclusion. This time, it only took him 3 months. This undoubtedly made him very satisfied. Then, Lin Ling tidied up and left the room. Outside the room, everyone was still busy. Just like before, there was a happy atmosphere. Nanhua Fengyu was playing with Xiaoyu. When he saw Lin Ling, he could not help but smile. "You're out?" Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "Brother Lin Ling." Xiaoyu immediately rushed to Lin Ling, and Lin Ling picked her up. Only then did he realize that the little girl had grown up a lot. "Right, treasure god, do you know where the holy spring is?" Lin Ling teased Xiaoyu, then looked at Nanhua Fengyu and asked. "The holy spring is a very ancient item." Nanhua Fengyu replied with a sigh. "This treasure is used by the gods for cultivation." "Do you want it too?" "Yes, because the royal crystal is no longer of much help to me. Even if it can help with cultivation, it requires a lot of royal crystals. I'm afraid that only the Kaiyuan River can gather this amount, but it will take a lot of time." Lin Ling nodded. "I'm not too familiar with the current void. By the way, the last time I passed by a place, I heard that there was a holy spring there." Nanhua Fengyu shook his head, then his eyes lit up and he smiled. "That's the true inheritance of Miao Shen." "Miao Shen's true inheritance." Lin Ling exclaimed. He had forgotten about this place. This was the gathering place of the strongest boundary gods in the final world. It was not surprising that there was a holy spring here. Thank you, Senior. If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed and said, You, in fact, are more familiar with Miao Shen's true inheritance than I am. It's just that you have a lot of things to do and can't remember at the moment. However, I heard that Miao Shen's true inheritance has a grudge with you. If you trade with them for the Holy Spring, I'm afraid they won't agree. Nan Wufan you reminded. Hearing this, Lin Ling slapped his forehead. Miao Shen's true inheritance was a group of arrogant boundary masters, and they had a grudge with Lin Ling. It was indeed difficult to trade with them. However, Lin Ling was determined to open the 7th Dantian, so he had to prepare in advance. Chapter 4167. I have indeed offended many people in God Miao's true inheritance. Princess Tian and the woman who sat in the palanquin during Taoist Duobao's auction. In this World Spiritist Alliance, I only know Yeshua. Oh, that's right, I can ask her where God Miao's true inheritance is. Lin Ling pondered for a bit and decided to leave immediately. Yu and the others were not far away. When they heard Lin Ling's words, they immediately wanted to follow him. Lin Ling felt that it should not be too dangerous and immediately nodded in agreement. God Miao's true inheritance was, after all, a huge alliance. They knew that Lin Ling was Lei Gong's man and would definitely not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, Lin Ling planned to use divine stones to buy the divine spring. It was likely that God Miao's true inheritance would not refuse divine stones. Lin Ling brought along Yu, Shen Yuanger, and An Yuer, warned his family, and then left in large strides. He reckoned that he would not be leaving for long. Thus, he did not inform anyone. God Miao's true inheritance? I've heard of this mysterious World Spiritist Alliance. However, this alliance is very mysterious and I have never had the chance to see it. Today, I can finally see it. Yu was clearly very curious about God Miao's true inheritance. However, God Miao's true inheritance has enmity with Lin Ling. Those arrogant World Spiritists are not easy to talk to. Shen Yuang stuck out her nose and said, Although God Miao's true inheritance is arrogant, they still have principles. If Lin Ling is going to make a trade, I believe they will not refuse. An Yuer was once the holy maiden of the immortal temple. Thus, she was naturally more familiar with God Miao's true inheritance. Here you go. Lin Ling took out an umbrella and gave it to Yu. Then he explained, This is the great overarching sky umbrella. It can block the attacks of late-stage martial gods with divine embryo. Your talent is to support everyone. Thus, it's better to increase your defense. What about you? Yu immediately looked at Lin Ling. Don't worry, your husband is no longer the same as before. The overarching heavenly umbrella is no longer of much help to me. Lin Ling said with a smile. They had just walked out of the snow-blowing city when several silhouettes quickly arrived from afar. After seeing Lin Ling, they immediately saluted, Great leader. The person in the lead was called Canon God. He was one of the leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance. Lin Ling had subdued him at the Kai Yuan River. Lin Ling. Beside Canon God was a beautiful woman. She was Yi Shui, one of the 4 leaders of the God-Slayer Alliance. She was also the successor of Miao Shen's true teachings. Yi Shui, do you know where Miao Shen's true inheritance is? Lin Ling exchanged some pleasantries before revealing his purpose. Hearing this, Yeshua was stunned. The whereabouts of Miao God's true legacy was usually a secret and could not be easily revealed, even if she was the successor of Miao God's true legacy. However, on second thought, Lin Ling was a trial tester. His identity was obviously not an ordinary person, so he was qualified to know. Immediately, Yeshua took out a compass and handed it to Lin Ling. The location of Miao God's true legacy is in the void, and the entrance is in Jiuzhou. Only this kind of compass can know where the entrance is. After all, there are many martial artists who want to help Miao God's true legacy refine weapons. In order to prevent too many people from rushing into Miao God's true legacy, this rule was set. Yeshua said. Hearing this, Lin Ling curled his lips. This Miao god's true legacy was really arrogant. Okay, thank you. Then, Lin Ling thanked her and gave a sapphire nimble crystal to Ye Shui. Lin Ling, this is not good. Seeing this, Ye Shui was a little flattered. She knew that in today's God Slayer alliance, Lin Ling was the biggest leader. Young Master Yao, Majin Tianzi, and herself, the former 3 leaders, had quietly taken a step back and given their positions to Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was the last to join the God Slayer alliance among the 4 of them, his abilities were obvious to all. Previously, he had destroyed the Qilin martial god and Wentian martial god. Now, he had established the God Slayer alliance. All of these were thanks to him. It could be said that the God Slayer alliance used to be a little famous in Qingzhou and other small divine prefectures. However, Lin Ling had promoted the God Slayer alliance and made it famous in Zhouzhou. Take it. Don't treat me as a leader. We are friends. Lin Ling insisted that Ye Shui accept it. Ye Shui had no choice but to nod her head. Goodbye. Then, Lin Ling left Snow City with An Yuer and the others. As soon as they left Snow City, Lin Ling took out the compass and checked it. The direction seemed to be outside the final world. What a troublesome true inheritance of Miao Shen. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Miao Shen's true inheritance was no different from a god to the experts in Zhouzhou. However, for experts like Lin Ling, it was not very useful. Because Lin Ling was after the innate divine weapon. Apparently, there were only a few people in Miao Shen's true inheritance who could make an innate divine weapon. Even if they could, they would need countless treasures. Therefore, it was more convenient for Lin Ling to explore the forbidden area. If Lin Ling was not in a hurry to get the divine spring, he would not have come into contact with Miao Shen's true inheritance. After leaving the final world, Lin Ling headed toward Zhouzhou. Finally, he found that the entrance was in Tianzhou, one of Zhouzhou's 9 prefectures. Lin Ling had not been to Tianzhou much. He only knew that it was the 3rd from the bottom in Zhouzhou. After confirming the target, Lin Ling looked back and saw Yu and the others chatting. It seemed that they were very happy to be able to accompany Lin Ling. Even the Iceberg Beauty and Yuer showed a rare happy smile. This made Lin Ling not in a hurry. He was out fighting all year round and rarely accompanied his wife. Today, he would walk slowly with them. However, even if Lin Ling and the others walked slowly, they were all very powerful. Therefore, in less than a day, Tianzhou appeared in front of them. Tianzhou, have we arrived? The few of them floated in the void and looked at the ancient continent in the distance. Then Yu smiled and asked. When they first came to the martial god realm, the Tianzhou was undoubtedly a colossus. But now, to them, the Tianzhou was as insignificant as a countryside. However, Lin Ling's soul force was very powerful. He immediately sensed many powerful auras in Tianzhou. He immediately said, "Don't underestimate this place. Tianzhou is full of powerful experts now." And Yuer also sensed it. It seems that those people are also here for Miao Shen's true inheritance. This time, the entrance to Miao Shen's true inheritance was in Tianzhou. Some people who heard the news would naturally come. Moreover, those who were qualified to enter Miao Shen's true inheritance would definitely have powerful backgrounds. The warriors in Tianzhou don't seem to have noticed that a large number of experts have gathered where they are. They are so stupid. Xian Yuangu suddenly laughed. Lin Ling immediately scratched her little nose and said, "It's not that they are stupid. It's just that the difference in strength is too great. In fact, when we were in Qingzhou, there might have been many experts. It's just that we couldn't detect them with our strength. So, we all thought that the strongest in Qingzhou was Emperor Qing." Chapter 4168. Let's go! Next, Lin Ling landed in Tianzhou with the girls. Tianzhou was very large, 3 times the size of Qingzhou. The cities were bustling and lively, similar to Qingzhou. After Lin Ling landed, he immediately sensed many familiar feelings. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. This was because the familiar feeling came from the flame of the human king. This meant that there were people who had been assimilated by the human king's flame. Of course, those people also sensed Lin Ling's arrival. Their expressions changed and they immediately rushed towards Lin Ling from all corners of Tianzhou. Lin Ling did not care about this. He guessed that those people were here for God Miao's true inheritance. It was a good opportunity to ask them about God Miao's true inheritance. Then, Lin Ling appeared in an extremely bustling city according to the compass. This was called Sky City, which was also the city where the divine emperor of Tianzhou lived. This divine emperor could also control ancient powers and was extremely powerful. Of course, to the current Lin Ling and the others, that ancient power was not worth mentioning. Walking on the street, Yu Yu and the others' beautiful faces undoubtedly became the focus of attention. Many people looked at Lin Ling with envy but did not dare to approach him. Of course, there were always exceptions. What beautiful ladies! Why don't you accompany me tonight? Young man. A young man in extraordinary attire led a few experts to block Lin Ling and the others' path. The young man said with a smile on his face. He's so silly. Seeing this, Xianxia could not help but laugh. She naturally knew why the other party was here. However, in her eyes, this young man was too weak. Yes. I'm very silly. How about it? Are you interested in going shopping with me? The young man was mocked but was not angry. Instead, he continued to smile. It was obvious that he was a veteran at picking up girls. Come on, sir. I know you want to pursue them, but they are not people you can afford to offend. Lin Ling also shook his head. He was not angry at all. Instead, he advised him. Brat, are you their guardian angel? Well, when I, Li Xiao, do something, I still need your permission. The young man looked at Lin Ling and his eyes turned cold. You don't have to ask for my permission. In fact, I'm not stopping you. I'm just advising you out of kindness. However, who would have thought that Lin Ling still wasn't angry? After leaving behind a sentence, he strode forward. That look seemed to say, if you want to hit on them, go ahead. Such an action undoubtedly left the young man dumbfounded. The passers-by were also confused. Generally speaking, when encountering such a situation, shouldn't the blue-robed young man be the hero who saves the beauty? Who knew that he would run away instead? This was too unmanly. How would they know that the reason why Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with them was that Yu Yu and the rest were much stronger than these people? Even if Yu Yu and the others didn't have Lin Ling as their husband, Yu Yu and the others wouldn't have taken a fancy to that young man, because his status and strength were not on the same level. Did you see that? Aren't I very impressive? However, the young man obviously didn't know that. At this moment, he was very proud of himself. Impressive, you are indeed very impressive. Yu Yu and the others couldn't help but roll their eyes. Seeing that Lin Ling had walked far away, they hurriedly wanted to chase after him. However, the young man stopped Yu Yu and the others and said confidently, Beautiful ladies, tonight is the full moon. I wonder if I have the fortune to invite you to admire the full moon? This scene made many people on the street envious. They thought that Li Xiao was really lucky in love. You're such an idiot. Reward your sister, don't block the way. However, Yu Yu and the others were extremely impatient. They didn't hold back and directly attacked. Bang bang bang. They didn't even need to use any moves. Just their aura alone was enough to defeat the young man and the others and trample them on the street. Reward your sister, I already said, don't block the way. The Xianxia was the most violent. She directly beat the young man until his head was swollen like a pig's head. The people on the street were shocked. They never thought that these three delicate ladies would have such terrifying strength. Moreover, their attacks were so ferocious. Li Xiao was considered a celebrity in Heaven City. He was also extremely powerful. However, he was beaten like a dog? This was the first time they had seen the powerful Li Xiao end up in such a state. Li Xiao was clearly dumbfounded. He ignored the intense pain in his body and stared at the three beauties in disbelief. Unfortunately, Yu Yu and the Xianxia didn't even look at him and left in disdain. And Yue looked at Li Xiao calmly and asked, Does it hurt? It hurts a lot. Thank you for your concern, beautiful lady. Li Xiao replied instinctively. Bang! Just as he raised his head, and Yue stomped on Li Xiao's cheek. His cheek was deeply indented and his nose was probably broken into pieces. So violent. The people were shocked again. They thought that the last beauty was kinder, so they asked out of concern. Who knew that the last beauty was even more ferocious? Li Xiao knelt on the ground, his face facing in Yuer's foot. In the end, he fell to the ground. Sigh, it's bad enough that he's weak, but he's also so ugly. It's bad enough that he's ugly, but he's also so stupid. He's a disgrace to the martial arts world. And Yuer sighed softly and chased after Lin Ling. These are 3 female tyrannosauruses. No wonder that handsome blue-robed young man didn't even care about them. Who could handle such violent beauties? The people on the street shuddered. The more timid ones even had their pants wet. Not long after Li Xiao fainted, a few figures walked down the street, talking and laughing. They looked to be middle-aged men, but their temperament was extraordinary. Suddenly, one of the middle-aged men cried out and rushed toward Li Xiao in disbelief. It was obvious that the young man who fell was his son. He never thought that in a place like Tianzhou, his son would be knocked out and thrown on the street. What happened? A seemingly gentle middle-aged man next to him frowned. Anyone who knew him would know that he was the emperor god of Tianzhou. Someone immediately told him what happened, causing the emperor god's face to darken. Under his watch, someone dared to be so arrogant? One should know that he and Li Xiao's father were close friends. Now that his son's head had been smashed and thrown on the street, how could he not do anything? No matter, I'll have them come personally to apologize. The emperor god said coldly. A terrifying pressure quietly spread out, causing the street to become a little colder. Brother Qin, sorry to trouble you. Li Xiao's father naturally knew who the middle-aged man was. He immediately said gratefully, "This is my territory. Whatever happens to your son, I'm responsible." The emperor god nodded. He was still standing in the same spot, but in the sky, an invisible force appeared and covered the street. Chapter 4169. Let him see what the ancient power is. Boom. In the end, the celestial the arch controlled the ancient power and suppressed it. Through the introduction of the passers-by, he roughly knew the appearance of those people, so he quickly locked onto them. In the sky, the ancient palace began to suppress, as if it was the will of the gods. This was the power that every celestial the arch in the 9 states could control, and it was used to suppress the divine land. Now, facing a few passers-by, the ancient power had erupted. It was obviously overkill, but the celestial the arch thought that it was all worth it. He wanted to give those people an unforgettable memory. And that memory was terrifying. What he hoped the most was that those people wouldn't be scared to death. While he was thinking, the huge palace had already approached the street. It was dark, covering the sky and blocking the sun. Everyone on the street was shocked, and they directly knelt down and kowtowed. This is the ancient power. The celestial the arch is angry. Elder. An old man who was more knowledgeable said with a pale face. Then, like the passers-by, he looked around, wanting to see why the celestial the arch was making such a big fuss. Then they saw 3 women and a man walking along the street. The most speechless thing was that they did not seem to notice the ancient power in the sky. Instead, they walked while eating watermelons as if they were shopping. What the hell? How could they be in the mood to eat watermelons? Brother Lin Ling, the watermelons here are not as sweet as the ones in the rainforest. Elder. One of them, a very beautiful woman, said with dissatisfaction. This made the martial artists on the street almost faint. It's not delicious. Elder. The man nodded and spat out the watermelon seed in his mouth. Rumble. In the sky, the ancient power roared and then stopped moving. Then, under the shocked eyes of the whole city, it exploded. The ancient power controlled by the celestial the arch also exploded? And it was spat out by the watermelon seed? Plop. The people on the street were still kneeling on the ground, but this time, they had completely fainted. They fell down one by one like crops, and they had fainted. Pooh. As for the majestic celestial the arch in the sky, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his face turned pale and his body trembled. Even the ancient power was destroyed? This was like a dream to him. Moreover, he could clearly see that the other party had only spat out a few watermelon seeds. What if the other party had used his full strength? It was hard to imagine. His vision blurred, and he almost fell from the sky. Of course, he knew that today, a giant force came and opened the entrance. Therefore, many powerhouses from all 9 continents came to Tianzhou. And this kind of thing ordinary people were not qualified to know. Even he, the Celestial Emperor, knew a little about it through the grapevine. Of course, he also doubted the authenticity of this news. But now, he didn't doubt it, not in the slightest. This was because the 3 women and 1 man who had randomly appeared were already as powerful as gods. This also meant that in the Tianzhou, there were many powerhouses of this level hiding. However, his status was too low and those powerhouses had no time to pay attention to him. Senior, spare my life, spare my life. Next, the Celestial the Arch knelt down in the sky and kowtowed continuously. Senior, please be magnanimous and forgive my previous offense. I was wrong, I know I was wrong. He was scared half to death. His soul was leaving his body and half of his soul was gone. However, the 3 women and 1 man on the street ignored him. Instead, they bought more fruits and ate them as they walked. Slowly, they disappeared at the end of the street. Naturally, the Celestial Emperor didn't dare to investigate anymore. He could only watch as those people disappeared. In the end, he sighed in relief. He knew that those people thought of him as a frog at the bottom of a well. They were too lazy to care about his previous mistakes. I didn't deserve to die, I didn't deserve to die. Thinking that he was lucky, the Celestial Emperor descended from the sky and walked down the street. However, his heart was still pounding. Brother Qin, where is that reckless piece of trash? Just then, the middle-aged man brought Li Xiao over. Though Li Xiao had woken up, his appearance was too horrible to look at. It was as if he was a completely different person. His nose was gone. His mouth and eyes were all sunken in towards his nose. There was also a footprint carved there that couldn't be washed away. With this appearance, he would never be able to see anyone again. Reckless piece of trash. Seeing Li Xiao and his son, the Celestial Emperor's anger exploded. Earlier, he offended that powerhouse, but that powerhouse didn't even care about him. This meant that the powerhouse didn't care about Li Xiao either. However, Li Xiao was still beaten up so badly. This meant that Li Xiao must have done something that angered the heavens. He deserved it. It's bad enough that he was beaten up, but he almost dragged the Celestial Emperor down with him? How dare you! Bang! The Celestial Emperor kicked out and sent Li Xiao flying like a gourd. You piece of trash! He chased after him and started punching and kicking. Do you know that you almost killed me? It's bad enough that you're an idiot, but why did you drag me down with you? Motherfucker, it's bad enough that you're ugly, but you're also so stupid. You are a disgrace to Tianzhou. The Celestial Emperor today no longer had the dignity of a Celestial Emperor. He was more like a hooligan. This made Li Xiao's father speechless. His mind was full of questions. Because this was the first time he's seen the Celestial Emperor lose his composure like this. It was as if someone stole his wife. However, he was experienced and immediately guessed what was going on. Father, save me. Li Xiao couldn't have been more wronged. He was just beaten up, and now he was being beaten up again. What did he, Li Xiao, do to make the heavens jealous of him? Save your sister. After his father guessed what was going on, not only did he not save him, he also joined in the beating. Li Xiao was dumbfounded. Of course, as he was being beaten up, Li Xiao finally didn't act like an idiot. He remembered the 3 women and 1 man from not too long ago. Could it be them? At this moment, Lin Ling led Yu and the rest through several streets. Then, a luxurious chamber of commerce appeared in front of them. The chamber of commerce was dazzling with people entering and leaving one after another. From the looks of it, these people were either rich or respectable. Even the guards behind them were not weak. Of course, this strength was only to Tianzhou. To Lin Ling and them, who came from the final world, it was not worth mentioning. Lin Ling didn't come here out of boredom, because he realized that the direction the compass was pointing to was this trading company. The trading company's name was also the Wan Shun Trading Company. On the surface, it appeared to be a rich trading company that had nothing to do with Miao Shen's true teachings. But only those who knew about it knew that this place was not to be underestimated. Is it necessary to hide so much? How arrogant. Chapter 4170. I also want to ignore it, but I guess that if we want to enter Miao Xin's true inheritance, we will have to face some difficulties later. Lin Ling spread his hands and said, he had been to countless cities and forbidden areas since he started learning martial arts. Naturally, his life experience was not shallow. Oh! Yu and the others' eyes immediately flashed. As they walked into the Chamber of Commerce, the people who passed by them looked at Lin Ling and the others in shock. Their eyes were filled with admiration. What a handsome man! And those 3 women, they're all so beautiful. Many people were shocked, and even some big shots looked at Lin Ling and the others a few more times. However, Lin Ling and the others looked calm, neither arrogant nor humble, so they did not dare to approach and ask. Walking along the luxurious corridor, Lin Ling and the others came to the end of the corridor. There was a hall there, and the red sandalwood door of the hall was tightly closed. There were several people guarding outside. From time to time, a mysterious person would come to the red sandalwood door and show an exquisite jade plate. The people guarding the door would immediately open the door without any expression and let them in. The people guarding the door were not strong, but their every movement carried a touch of arrogance. Boundary Master? It seems that we have arrived. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He could see that those people had soul power, so they were undoubtedly boundary masters. However, to Lin Ling, a world spiritist of that level was simply too weak. When Lin Ling and an Yuer moved forward, those people naturally stopped Lin Ling and the others. Moreover, they did not speak. They only looked up and down at Lin Ling and the others. Of course, more of them were staring at an Yuer and the others. Obviously, they were also stunned by the beauty of Yu and the others. They did not expect that the blue-robed young man would bring so many beauties with him, which made them very envious. Your Excellency, you are quite bold to bring so many beauties with you. Without a certain level of strength, you can't keep them. One of them said with a smile. What he meant was that Lin Ling would definitely attract bees and butterflies when he went out with these beauties. If Lin Ling's strength was not good, then there would be endless trouble. Of course, Lin Ling was too young, so they thought that Lin Ling dared to be so ostentatious because he was ignorant. As boundary masters, they had seen countless experts over the years. Generally speaking, there were very few people as young as Lin Ling were strong, but they definitely had a background. You don't need to worry. Is the true inheritance behind the door? Lin Ling smiled faintly and pointed behind them. Since you were able to make it this far, I believe you should have some guesses as well. Why is there a need to ask so many questions? Someone said with a smile, his voice carrying arrogance. Well, we are to go in. Lin Ling ignored their arrogance and said faintly, you to go in? They were all to themselves to Lin to him to laugh. In short, if I wanted to go in, would the Miao clan's true inheritance let me in? Are you kidding me? If that was the case, everyone could easily enter Miao Xin's true inheritance. Miao Xin's true inheritance would have long been in chaos. Do you have an invitation? One of them asked. Then, when he saw Lin Ling's expression, he immediately knew that it was the first time that Lin Ling had heard of the invitation. He was even more certain that this blue-robed youth was a nouveau riche who did not understand the rules of the 9 prefectures. Do you think you can go in without an invitation? Or do you think that your father is the heavenly emperor? Let me tell you, even if your father is the heavenly emperor, you are not qualified to go in without an invitation. Boy, do you know what the final world is? Let me tell you, even if you are the city lord of the final world, you are not qualified to enter. Go. Do you know how the invitation is obtained? Our true inheritance sends out 356 invitation letters every year to various auctions. You can only obtain them through auctions. Do you understand? Country bumpkin. At the end, their voices became louder, and their saliva almost sprayed onto Lin Ling's face. It was as if they were wasting their saliva by saying so much to these country bumpkins. However, what they said was not wrong. The invitation letters of God Miao's true inheritance were very precious. There was no market for them. Whoever had more treasures could get an invitation letter. Those who had an invitation letter were also a symbol of status. In some big occasions, using an invitation letter could also make people look at them with new eyes and respect. Because those who could get an invitation letter had a huge background and strength that defied the heavens. See, I told you that this would happen. Seeing the arrogance of these boundary masters, Lin Ling did not seem to care. Instead, he smiled at Yu Yu and the others. Brother Ling is still the best. Yu Yu and the others immediately nodded. Of course, I have encountered this kind of thing many times. Lin Ling shrugged and then touched his nose. He did not have an invitation letter. If he wanted to go in, he would have to report his identity. He believed that with his identity as a trial taker, it should not be difficult to enter. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you. At that moment, a sneer suddenly sounded. A large number of people walked out from the corridor behind them. The person in the lead was wearing a luxurious brocade robe and a jade crown on his head. His every movement carried the majesty of an emperor. If Lin Ling was said to be a free and unfettered person in the world, then this person was the monarch who ruled the world. Moreover, this aura was not only possessed by the person in the lead, but also by the people behind him. Of course, the aura of the person in the lead was the strongest. He was also Lin Ling's acquaintance, the 7th Prince. The people behind him were naturally people from the 7th Imperial Alliance. Even Grandfather Tang was beside the 7th Prince. The 7th Prince could be considered Lin Ling's old acquaintance. In the Kaiyuan River, Lin Ling's Godslayer Alliance had risen, and so had the 7th Imperial Alliance. During the competition for an Yuer, the 7th Prince had been defeated by Lin Ling. After that, the 7th Prince had also come to the exchange of pointers between the various academies. He had wanted to suppress Lin Ling's spirit, but in the end he had been defeated by Lin Ling and had even lost his balls. As for Grandfather Tang, he had wanted to stand up for the 7th Prince, but he had been taught a lesson by treasure god Nan Wufengyu. Therefore, when they saw Lin Ling, the 7th Prince and Grandfather Tang's expressions turned ugly. Oh, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the eunuch. Why have you come to Miao Shen's true inheritance? By the way, could it be that you want to buy a pair of balls? Lin Ling looked at the 7th Prince with contempt and said in surprise. This sentence was like pouring salt on the wound. The 7th Prince was stunned and trembled with anger. That day, his balls had been kicked by Lin Ling, and his dragon root had been destroyed. His innate talent had been damaged. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. That day, the damage to his innate talent was nothing. The main thing was his reputation. Now, the people who saw him looked at him strangely. Although they didn't dare to mention this matter personally, the 7th Prince could sense their thoughts. Chapter 4171. Lin Ling, don't talk nonsense. While the 7th Prince was trembling with anger, Grand Duke Tang gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Lin Ling looked at Grand Duke Tang indifferently. Although the other party was very strong, he now had a life-saving trump card and was not afraid of him. Moreover, he believed that Grand Duke Tang would not dare to make a move on him in such a place. You don't seem to have any balls. Are you here to buy God Miao's true inheritance? Lin Ling said suspiciously. Brother Ling, you're so bad. At the side, Yu Yu and the others covered their mouths and laughed. Grand Duke Tang's fair face instantly turned red, all the way to his ears. His expression of gnashing his teeth but not daring to act recklessly was extremely comical. Sir, what do you mean by that? Are you saying that our God Miao's true inheritance specializes in making balls? The 7th Prince and the others knew Lin Ling's identity, so they did not dare to act rashly. However, the barrier masters did not know. When they heard Lin Ling mocking God Miao's true inheritance, they were naturally not convinced. Masters, does he not have an invitation? At this time, the 7th Prince finally reacted and suddenly sneered. That's right, he doesn't have an invitation. He can't enter God Miao's true inheritance. The barrier masters immediately nodded and looked at Lin Ling with mocking eyes. Haha. Hearing this, the 7th Prince suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was extremely carefree and carefree. It was as if he had finally seen Lin Ling lose face. The rules of God Miao's true inheritance state that one cannot enter without an invitation. Lin Ling, you want to enter without an invitation? Are you stupid? The seventh prince waved his right hand and an exquisite jade token appeared in his hand. Do you see this? This is an invitation. An invitation that was bought with real money. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, can you afford such a treasure? Country bumpkin. His last sentence was full of disdain. Country bumpkins really can't afford an invitation. The other barrier masters also nodded mockingly. Earlier, Lin Ling compared Miao Shen's true legacy to Eggy. Now, this Lin Ling didn't even have the qualifications to enter, so what was he pretending to be? Do you see it? This is an invitation. Do you have it? Do you have it? Pauper. The other princes also seemed to have found a place to vent. Each of them took out an exquisite jade tablet and waved it, wanting to blind Lin Ling's eyes. With them blocking the entrance, the people entering from the back were also blocked. When everyone saw this scene, they gasped. So many invitations from the same group of people, this group of people must have a big background. One had to know that they had spent countless efforts to obtain an invitation letter. They had relied on their connections and traveled far and wide to obtain it. Moreover, he had to pay a lot of royal crystals. With so many invitations, the amount of emperor crystals he had to pay was probably incalculable. Now, when they saw this group of people oppressing the blue-robed young man with invitations, they immediately sympathized with the blue-robed young man. Being mocked like this, the blue-robed young man must be very embarrassed and his self-esteem must have been hurt. Unfortunately, what could the blue-robed young man do? He could only endure the humiliation. Lin Ling, say something. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Lin Ling was silent, the seventh prince suddenly laughed even louder. Lin Ling was still laughing, but his smile gradually turned into a sneer. And Yue and the others were also the same. They had never expected the seventh prince and the others to be so arrogant. Their saliva was almost spitting on their faces. Who says he doesn't have an invitation letter? However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Then, the crowd was separated, and an old man strode over with an invitation letter in his hand. Then, he came in front of Lin Ling and presented it to Lin Ling with both hands. This sudden change caused the smiles of the seventh prince and the others to freeze in an instant. Someone gave up a precious invitation letter and gave it to Lin Ling? Is this person stupid? Do you know what you're doing? Giving away a precious invitation letter to someone else is also looking down on our invitation letter. The boundary master outside the door immediately said coldly, "It's none of your business," who knew that the old man was also incomparably domineering as he fiercely glared back. "I bought this invitation letter. I can give it to whoever I want. Even if I use it to wipe my ass, it's none of your business." Those boundary masters were highly respected. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? I'm the city lord of the final world's 36 main cities, City Lord Ouyang. If you're not convinced, come and find me. The old man smiled domineeringly, appearing fearless. Then he looked at Lin Ling. The domineering aura from before instantly disappeared, and in its place was a respectful expression. "My lord, please accept the invitation letter." Lin Ling looked at the old man and smiled. Naturally, he knew who the old man was. It was an expert who had been assimilated by the human king's flame. How sad. You've bought so many invitation letters, yet you still have to push and push each other. Lin Ling, you're too down and out. When the seventh prince saw that Lin Ling had received an invitation letter, he immediately changed his angle to ridicule Lin Ling. Then, he gave a look to the other princes behind him. Those princes all understood and raised the invitation letters in their hands, telling Lin Ling that their seventh emperor alliance had plenty of invitation letters. However, this time, they had clearly failed. Is that so? Just as they raised their invitation letters, and even as they were happily waving them around, a large amount of laughter resounded in the corridor. Soon after, a large number of powerhouses, who were dressed in luxurious robes and had powerful strength, walked over in an orderly manner. They all had invitation letters in their hands. The most shocking thing was that they were also waving their invitation letters. Their uniform movements actually blinded everyone's eyes. Most importantly, this group of people had more princes than the Seventh Emperor Alliance. What a grand display! The surrounding people were shocked. However, what shocked them even more was that after the group of people arrived arrogantly, they all bowed to Lin Ling. "My lord, please accept our invitation letters." This group of people were obviously experts who had been assimilated by Lin Ling. In the spiritual light city, there were tens of thousands of experts who had been assimilated by Lin Ling. Moreover, this group of people had personally witnessed Lin Ling's invincible might when he defeated the great god of the spirit nation. Therefore, even without the human king's flame, their respect for Lin Ling came from the bottom of their hearts. Sush. Their neat and tidy salutes, coupled with the identical invitation letters, undoubtedly caused the entire hall to fall into silence. Those from the Seventh Emperor Alliance had their jaws dropped to the ground. Previously, they had mocked Lin Ling for not having an invitation letter. But now? Chapter 4172. So many invitations. Sigh, I'm getting tired of taking them all. At that moment, Lin Ling said helplessly, "There are too many, and we can't use them all. By the way, Seventh Prince, do you want any? If you want, feel free to take them." The Seventh Prince felt as if he was suffocating, unable to move up or down. How could he compare to Lin Ling in terms of invitations? That was obviously impossible. Moreover, he could not understand why this group of people would give face to Lin Ling. Among this group of people, he knew that many of them were reputable figures. Even if these people wanted to befriend Lin Ling, they would not go so far as to give him an invitation. The preciousness of an invitation letter was more important than any kind of friendship. For a moment, the Seventh Prince fell silent. He felt a burning pain on his face, and a great humiliation floated in his heart. "Sorry, I don't like to bring invitations. Why should I bring them with me all the time when I'm just using them to wipe my ass? When I really need them, someone will definitely deliver them." Then, Lin Ling looked at the barrier masters and said. The barrier masters opened their mouths wide, and they were so angry that they were in a mess. However, they also knew that this upstart young man was not simple to be able to get an invitation from someone else. Now that Lin Ling also had an invitation, they obviously could not stop Lin Ling from entering. But at that moment, the door suddenly opened. Then, 3 figures appeared. They were 2 old women and a young woman. After they walked out, they looked at the crowd coldly. What happened? Why is it so noisy outside the door? The woman seemed to have a high status as she spoke coldly. "Princess Tin." The barrier masters immediately bowed respectfully to Princess Tien. They knew that this Princess Tin was the spokesperson of Miao Shen's true teachings. Moreover, her master was also an extremely terrifying existence. "Princess Tin." The 7th prince also noticed that someone had come. The humiliation from before disappeared in an instant. Instead, he almost laughed out loud. It was really like someone giving him a pillow when he was sleepy. He knew that Princess Tien and Lin Ling had always been enemies. Now that Lin Ling wanted to enter Miao Shen's true teachings, even if he had an invitation, as long as the Princess Tien said a word, Lin Ling would definitely run away. He was even imagining how he would laugh at Lin Ling when Lin Ling ran away. Someone wants to enter Miao Shen's true teachings, but he is too arrogant, so he blocked the door. Then, the 7th prince pointed his finger at Lin Ling's words. He knew that Miao Shen's true, Lin Ling's the way. Princess Tian frowned and looked in the direction the 7th prince was pointing at. When she saw the blue-robed young man, her body unnoticeably trembled. It was Lin Ling. Her mind was filled with thoughts in an instant. She never thought that Lin Ling would come here. With the hatred between Lin Ling and Princess Tien, plus the fact that Lin Ling had offended her master, Lin Ling dared to come to Miao Shen's true teachings. He was courting death. She subconsciously wanted to sneer and give Lin Ling a heavy blow. However, at this moment, an image appeared in her mind. When she encountered the greatest humiliation in her life, a hero descended from the sky with lightning blooming, a ghostly face, and saved her from the evil smiling old men. That hero was a shadow that she could never erase. Most importantly, That hero quietly merged with the man she hated the most in her life. It's me. Princess Tian's heart suddenly became conflicted. He is Lin Ling. Seeing Princess Tian's expression constantly changing, the seventh prince thought that Princess Tian was angry, which made him laugh even more excitedly. Princess Tian, he is the one who is causing trouble. The few barrier masters seemed to have noticed the grudge between Princess Tian and the blue-robed young man, so they added insult to injury. Slap. However, as soon as they finished speaking, a crisp slap landed on their faces. What are you doing? Who asked you to stop them? Princess Tian stared at the barrier masters and said coldly. Ah. The barrier masters were stunned. The seventh prince was stunned. The seventh Emperor Alliance was also stunned. What the fuck is going on? Princess Tian, Lin Ling is an arrogant person. He has humiliated you many times. Don't you think you should do something about it? The seventh prince gritted his teeth, but he forcefully swallowed them back into his stomach and braced himself to ask, Princess Tian, Lin Ling is an arrogant person. He has humiliated you many times. Don't you think you should do something about it? Are you blind? Let me ask you, does he have an invitation letter? Princess Tian immediately looked at the seventh prince with a cold expression. Yes. The seventh prince replied instinctively. That's right. What else do you want? Do you want to cause trouble? Or do you think that Miao Xin's true inheritance doesn't exist? Let me tell you, seventh prince, don't cause trouble in Miao Xin's true inheritance. Otherwise, even the gods behind you won't be able to protect you. Princess Tian's voice became even colder. The seventh prince's jaw dropped. Although he was not familiar with Princess Tian, they had worked together a few times. Now, Princess Tian was not fierce to Lin Ling, but she was fierce to him? Who was the enemy here? And the few of you, are you blind as well? Can't you see that he has an invitation letter? Princess Tian then said to the barrier masters, scaring them so much that their faces turned pale. Do you know who he is? He is the trial taker of the current era. The heavenly princess continued to speak. Every time she spoke, the bodies of those world spiritists would tremble. Challenger? Trial taker of God? Of course, they knew what it meant. He was the spokesperson of the gods, and his status was higher than that of the final world's city lord. Moreover, he is the heavenly voice of God. The heavenly princess did not stop until she was shocked to death. Plop. The barrier master's legs went soft, and they directly knelt down. Not only was he a trial taker, but he was also the heavenly voice of God among the trial takers. One had to know that the so-called heavenly voice of the gods was someone who had completed 5 trial missions and had already met the gods. If they angered this young man and he spoke ill of them in front of the gods, even Miao Xin's true inheritance would not protect them. After all, they were just ordinary barrier masters. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they became. Their eyes were wet and they almost cried. All of you, stay in order and come in obediently. Princess Tian's gaze swept across the crowd, and her majesty was extremely strong. This was also the reason why all the forces gave her face even though she was not strong. Now, this majesty was clearly displayed. Then, Princess Tian looked at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze, but she did not say anything. She turned around and entered the red sandalwood door. Outside the door, there was only silence. No one had expected such an outcome, and even Lin Ling hadn't expected it. Of course, he didn't think too much about it. After all, as far as he was concerned, the heavenly princess was a crazy woman that could do anything. Now that she was helping him, it might be a trap. Of course, he did not think too much about it, but the seventh prince's imagination was running wild. It was as if he had become stupid. Chapter 4173. He was shocked by the thought. Then, he shook his head and threw the thought out of his mind. In his opinion, unless the heaven and earth merged, it would never happen. Let's go in. Lin Ling led Yu and the others through the red sandalwood door. Of course, before entering, he suddenly stopped and looked at the barrier masters who were sitting on the ground. Am I still a country bumpkin? Lin Ling asked. No. Those boundary masters immediately shook their heads like rattledrums. Now, do you still want my invitation? Lin Ling asked again. Don't. They shook their heads even harder. Then if I'm not a country bumpkin, who is? Lin Ling asked one last time. The few boundary masters' expressions changed, and their eyes continued to flicker. They did not understand why Lin Ling would ask such a question. I'll ask again. Who is a country bumpkin? Seeing this, Lin Ling's voice turned cold. I know. Perhaps it was because it was too cold and majestic. The barrier masters finally reacted. They pointed at the seventh prince and the others and said, "They are country bumpkins. You're courting death." The people from the Seventh Emperor Alliance were infuriated. These good-for-nothings had betrayed the Seventh Emperor Alliance because of Lin Ling. Very well. Seeing this, Lin Ling laughed loudly and entered through the red sandalwood door. The barrier masters felt as if they had just been given a new lease of life. They had only guessed Lin Ling's intention after being interrogated by him. He wanted to use them to mock the Seventh Emperor Alliance, and that was indeed the case. However, they had offended the Seventh Emperor Alliance. This made them smile bitterly. Of course, even if they were given another choice, they would still choose to betray the Seventh Emperor Alliance. After all, the Seventh Emperor Alliance was not to be trifled with. However, they could see that Lin Ling was not to be trifled with. Moreover, Princess Din seemed to be speaking for Lin Ling. You have guts. The members of the Seventh Emperor Alliance were enraged. They wanted to use these boundary masters to teach Lin Ling a lesson, but in the end, the Seventh Emperor Alliance lost face. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not take what had happened before to heart. He was still inside the red sandalwood door with Yu and the others. Behind the door was a luxurious hall. However, as they walked forward, the scenery around them constantly changed. Spring went and autumn came, flowers withered and bloomed. For a moment, the surrounding scenery turned into a sea of white clouds, but for a moment, the scorching sun hung high in the sky. A moment later, winter's snow drifted over, and the whole world was wrapped in silver. Most importantly, this wasn't just a simple visual reaction, but also a physical reaction. The autumn wind blew gently, and it was a little cool. The spring rain fell on people's bodies, making them feel cold. Everything was vivid and lifelike. So beautiful. Yu and the others were also shocked by this scene, and their eyes flickered. Lin Ling immediately nodded his head. I guess we should be in a divine artifact now. All this time, he was not familiar with God Miao's true inheritance. However, after seeing it today, he finally understood why the gods gave face to God Miao's true inheritance. The big boss behind God Miao's true inheritance was indeed quite capable. Ha! As they walked forward, some naked big men began to appear around them. They wore beast skins and began to forge bronze cauldrons, ancient buildings, altars, and other things. In the beginning, these forged items were very crude, but as time passed, they gradually became more refined, and in the end, they became mythical. They used altars, bronze cauldrons, ancient bells, ancient bronze trees, and other things to pray to the heavens for power. They borrowed the power of wind, fire, and the sea to explode with each forging. Sometimes they failed, and the storm would drown them, and the earth would become a catastrophe, killing everything. However, when everything calmed down, they would get busy again and continue to forge bronze cauldrons and other things. They failed again and again, and finally, they gradually succeeded. This should be the most primitive form of a boundary master. And Yuer seemed to have seen something and said in shock, "Never would I have thought that the path of a boundary master would be so ancient." Lin Ling nodded his head. Suddenly, he saw that this group of people encountered an old man. That old man carefully gave guidance to this group of people, greatly increasing their path of boundary masters. The melody of the great Tao began to appear in the things they forged. This also allowed this group of people to slowly walk to the peak, standing in the ancient era of gods. However, a nameless gale came and caused this group of people to die. In the end, only a few people survived. Compared to their ancestors, these people were much more low-key. They secretly passed down the skills left behind by their ancestors. Until now, it seems that this group of people did not have it easy to reach this far. It seems that they leaked the secrets of the heavens, and that's why they suffered a great calamity. However, who is the old man that taught them? He's so powerful. Yu and the others looked at the surrounding scene and kept guessing. On the other hand, Lin Ling recalled the scene when the old man appeared. Although the old man had only appeared for a short time, he had said, "The primordial chaos has yet to be divided, transforming into a primordial light. This is the primordial ancestral qi of the highest supreme, and its name is Tao." This sentence sounded familiar to Lin Ling, as if he had heard it somewhere before. "Brother Lin Ling, what's wrong?" Yu asked when she saw Lin Ling's absent-minded look. "I remember now." And at this time, Lin Ling finally had some impression. In the past, he came from Wuxia. At that time, he was bored of studying. Therefore, he had always studied the myths and legends of Wuxia. He was also very curious and yearned for them. Only then did Lin Ling remember what the old man had said. He had once seen it in an ancient book in Wuxia. The primordial chaos has yet to be divided, transforming into a primordial light. This is the primordial ancestral qi of the highest supreme, and its name is Tao. It is also known as the highest supreme Tao. This also meant that the old man who taught the skills was the ruler of the great Tao, the ancestor of Taoism, Taishang Laojun. Thinking of this, Lin Ling smiled bitterly and said, "If these stories are true, then the person that the ancestors of this group of people met was Taishang Laojun. He was the one who taught this group of people the true great Tao of enchantment." Taishang Laojun? Yu and the others were shocked. This is a deity from ancient times. I'm afraid not many people know his name. Lin Ling shook his head and said, if it was in the past, he would have thought that it was some kind of rumor. However, he had met Patriarch Bodhi, so he was a little bit sure. Ancient times? Lin Ling, is this an era even older than the era of the deities? And Yue was even more surprised. She did not expect Lin Ling to know this. Yes, in fact, there was an era before the ancient times. It was also the era when the world was created. It was called the Primordial Chaos Era. Lin Ling nodded and said, "Brother Ling, could it be that you are an ancient deity? How do you know all this?" Yu and the others stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling smiled bitterly and said, "These are just my guesses. They may not be accurate." Chapter 4174. In front of the Green Mountain, a white-clothed woman was sitting there, indifferently looking at Lin Ling and the others. The woman was sitting in a very dignified manner. Beside her was a small wooden table. On the wooden table was an exquisite vase with fresh flowers in it, adding a touch of elegance to the scene. Looking at the woman, she was around 30 years old, but she had a graceful bearing and a dignified aura. The white robe she wore was embroidered with exquisite dragon patterns. Those dragon patterns would occasionally emit light, making her look extremely extraordinary. That was a supreme dragon robe. It signified that the status of a world spiritist was a supreme position. Beside the woman stood two people. One of them was Princess Tian. At that moment, she was looking at Lin Ling with a complicated gaze. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored her. The other person was a man in his 20s. He didn't look old, but his eyes were calm and he had a superior demeanor. That man's long hair draped over his shoulders. He was also wearing a large robe. When the robe draped over the ground, it made him look somewhat lazy. However, his robe was embroidered with golden patterns. Clearly, he was a supreme dragon robe with golden patterns. Supreme Dragon Robe represented a title that surpassed world spiritist god. They were respectively golden, dragon, and purple. According to legend, purple was the most prominent. In the entire Miaoshin's true inheritance, and even in the entire universal void, there were no more than 3 people with such a title. In the past, there was also a supreme dragon robe with golden patterns by Princess Tian's side. However, at that time, Lin Ling didn't show any respect at all. He directly beat that guy up in front of Princess Tian. That was how the grudge between him and Princess Tin came about. Lin Ling, long time no see. At that moment, the white-clothed woman said indifferently, "Long time no see." Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He was sure that this was the first time he had seen that woman. However, she said long time no see? That meant that she had seen him before. Could she be the woman with the proud son of heaven that he had met at Taoist Duobao's place? Long time no see. Lin Ling immediately smiled and nodded. Lin Ling, how dare you be so rude to our heavenly snow world spiritist god? You should know that this is Miao Shen's true inheritance. Suddenly, the long-haired man beside the woman shouted coldly. His eyes were like lightning as he attacked Lin Ling. Lin Ling instantly felt that the man's strength wasn't much weaker than his. If they were to fight, Lin Ling would have to use his full strength to defeat him. However, the other party was a world spiritist god. One's overall strength did not depend on one's appearance but on one's treasures. Thus, the other party's strength was unfathomable. I am the trial taker of the Thunder God, and I only bow to the Thunder God. Where? Senior brother Dragon Fong. Princess Tian suddenly shouted. The man was surprised as he didn't understand why Princess Tian would speak for Lin Ling. Dragon Fong, forget it. Give some face to Mr. Lei Gong. At that moment, the white-clothed woman waved her hand and asked the man to bow. She didn't say anything else. However, her cold eyes were still looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had repeatedly opposed Miao Shen's true inheritance. Dragon Fong naturally knew that. Originally, he wanted to find an opportunity to teach Lin Ling a lesson. However, who knew that Lin Ling would send himself to the door? If it wasn't for Heavenly Snow World Spiritist God's words, Dragon Fong would definitely take action. Lin Ling, you seem to be very familiar with the matters of the ancient era. The white-clothed woman looked at Lin Ling and asked. She naturally heard the conversation between Lin Ling and Yu. She never thought that Lin Ling would know about the boundary primogeniture. Even she knew that the old man who taught the Great Tao was a real person. However, she didn't know the origin of the latter. Moreover, she knew that no one in Miao Shen's true inheritance knew about it. I know a thing or two. Lin Ling nodded. The Grand Supreme Elderly Lord you mentioned before, does this senior really exist? The white-clothed woman's eyes were filled with curiosity. Of course. Lin Ling smiled. In fact, he wasn't 100% sure. However, he believed that the white-clothed woman knew even less than him. Therefore, it didn't matter if he bragged. This ancient great god was the boundary primogenitor and also the Tao primogenitor. He taught countless great Taos and was the first boundary master of the Grand Mist era. He had an 8 trigrams furnace. There was nothing that he couldn't refine and forge. He had forged many famous divine tools and treasures, such as the golden cudgel, the 9-tooth rake, and the golden cudgel. Among them, the Vajra bracelet can absorb any divine artifact, and the golden banded staff is even more of a stabilizing force. Lin Ling spoke frankly with assurance, causing the white-clothed woman's eyes to shine brighter and brighter. When Dragon Fong saw Lin Ling's appearance, he couldn't help but feel angry. He thought that Lin Ling was bragging. After all, Miao Shen's true inheritance gathered the number 1 great Tao of the Void. If this Grand Supreme Elderly Lord really existed, how could they not know about it? However, soon Lin Ling stopped talking halfway. That's all? When the white-clothed woman saw that Lin Ling stopped talking, she suddenly frowned. Senior, I came to Miao Shen's true inheritance to buy things, not to tell stories. If you want to listen to my story, you have to pay something. Lin Ling reminded her with a smile. When others came to Miao Shen's true inheritance to forge treasures, the price was very high. Therefore, since the white-clothed woman wanted to listen to his story, Lin Ling naturally had to ask for some compensation. Hearing this, the white-clothed woman snorted in her heart. With her seniority, others would be eager to work for her. However, Lin Ling was raising the price. He didn't put her in his eyes at all. Then what are you doing here? The white-clothed woman asked indifferently. I'm here to buy the divine spring. Lin Ling also stated his purpose. Lin Ling, you should know that our Miao Shen's true inheritance only sells divine tools. We don't sell treasures. In fact, we buy any treasures. The white-clothed woman refused. You should have seen the people of Miao Shen's true inheritance in the major forbidden areas. Therefore, as long as there are treasures, I will fight for them. By the way, last time at Taoist Duobao's place, you stole my map of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. I haven't settled this matter with you yet. Hee hee. I see. Hee hee. Lin Ling suddenly stroked his chin. However, there are always exceptions to everything. I have always believed that there is no transaction in the world that cannot be done. It mainly depends on the bargaining chip. Hee hee. Lin Ling, you really have a bargaining chip with our Miaoshen? Do you think you can compare to our Miaoshen's true inheritance? Hee hee. Hearing this, before the white-clothed woman could speak, Longya snorted disdainfully. I want a divine spring in exchange for divine stones. Hee hee. Lin Ling ignored him and said indifferently, Divine stones? Chapter 4175. Dragon Fong was also surprised by Lin Ling's generosity. He had taken out 1 divine stone to trade. However, he snorted disdainfully. It's not 1, it's 100. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling also spoke calmly. Silence. Dragon Fong's pupils constricted. Princess Tin looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Even the white-robed woman stared at Lin Ling in shock. 100 divine stones was no small matter. If given to a martial god realm expert, they would be able to produce at least 30 strands of divine force. Those with good talent and strong refining ability might even be able to produce 40 strands of divine force. This meant that with this batch of divine stones, an ordinary martial god realm expert could instantly become an expert. As for the divine spring, although it was rare, it was not without substitutes. For example, as long as one had enough royal crystals, their power would not be weaker than royal crystals. However, the amount of royal crystals required was too large. It would take a long time to gather enough. 100 divine stones? Are you kidding? Dragon Fong said word by word. Do I look like someone who would joke? Lin Ling finally looked at Dragon Fong with disdain. Don't tell me that 100 divine stones have scared you. You're a boundary master of God Miao's true inheritance. You shouldn't be so narrow-minded. Such a rhetorical question was undoubtedly sarcastic. Dragon Fong suddenly gritted his teeth and was unable to speak. After all, 100 divine stones was not a small amount for him. You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. Seeing Dragon Fong's silence, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Although 100 divine stones is indeed a large amount, the rules of God Miao's true inheritance cannot be ignored. At this time, the white-robed woman said again. She was still stubborn. Plus 10 indigo spiritual flowers. Lin Ling shouted again. Swoosh. This time, the white-robed woman gasped. When she looked at Dragon Fong again, he opened his mouth wide. Naturally, they knew what the indigo spiritual flower was. It could be said that there was no such spiritual flower in the entire void. Only the Spirit Nation had it. If one wanted to obtain the blue spiritual flower from the Spirit Nation, they would have to join them. However, the true disciple of Miao Shen had never participated in any power struggles. Naturally, he would not join the Spirit Nation. Therefore, the true disciples of Miao Shen didn't have many sapphire spirit flowers. What do you think? Seeing the drastic change in their expressions, Lin Ling questioned indifferently as if he was the host. This was the territory of God Miao's true inheritance, which was also the place with the most treasures in the void. However, Lin Ling had used his heroic spirit to intimidate God Miao's true inheritance. Are you sure you want to exchange 1 divine spring with 100 divine stones and 10 scarlet flowers? Do you know what the treasure you took out represents? After recovering from his shock, Longya spoke solemnly. He was somewhat doubtful that Lin Ling had these treasures. Rich, willful. Lin Ling didn't explain anything. His words dispelled their suspicions. There was no reason. It was because he was rich. At this moment, the white-robed lady and the other 2 felt as if there was a huge rock in their hearts. They couldn't move up or down and felt uncomfortable. All right, if you take out the map of the 8 gods' celestial palace, I'll give you the divine spring. In the end, the white-robed lady made a decision. Senior, I'm rich and willful. However, it doesn't mean that I can pay for anything. Money doesn't matter. However, the map isn't money. Therefore, it's impossible. Lin Ling shook his head and refused without hesitation. If you don't take out the map of the 8 gods' celestial palace, you won't be able to get the divine spring. Moreover, I can tell you that in the entire void, only God Miao's true inheritance has such a treasure. The white-robed lady looked at Lin Ling with burning eyes. She was determined to get the map of the 8 gods' celestial palace. After all, she knew that the 7th level of the 8 gods' celestial palace had many treasures that God Miao's true inheritance needed. Subsequently, just as she was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke before her. He said indifferently, "I've already named the price. I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to consider." Ah! The white-robed lady's eyes narrowed. Dragon Fang and Princess Tian's hearts skipped a beat. Because, shouldn't those words be said by world deity Tianshui? In an instant, they were all astonished. However, after the white-robed lady recovered from her astonishment, she looked at Lin Ling coldly. As for Lin Ling, he looked back at her indifferently. It was as if they were having a peak confrontation. It was as if they wanted to see a hint of compromise in each other's eyes. Obviously, they didn't want to give in. Their gazes collided in midair, creating invisible sparks. Even the heavenly princess and Yu could feel the invisible pressure. They felt suffocated and felt suffocated. Time seemed slow, but it also seemed to have passed in an instant. Time's up. Goodbye. Finally, a voice broke the silence. It was as if an ice cube that had been frozen for 10,000 years had been broken. The voice came from Lin Ling. After saying that, he turned around and left. Looking at Lin Ling's departure, the white-robed lady frowned. Finally, she compromised and said coldly, "Wait. If you tell us the secret of the ancient era, I can give you a chance to get the holy spring. Remember, it's just a chance. After all, the true inheritance of Miaoshen can only buy treasures, but not trade them. On the other hand, divine weapons can be traded at any time. As for the holy spring, whether you can get it depends on your ability. Deal." Yu and the others immediately looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood quietly as if he was thinking about something. Then he said, "You're not playing any tricks, are you?" "Humph, the true inheritance of Miaoshen won't destroy our reputation for 100 divine stones." Hearing that, the white-robed lady snorted coldly. "Can you win?" Deal. Lin Ling finally turned around and nodded. However, the white-robed lady shook her head and said, "No one has ever threatened the true inheritance of Miaoshen, and the true inheritance of Miaoshen has never made an exception. You're the first, so you win." Obviously, she also knew that the treasures that Lin Ling took out had tempted the true inheritance of Miaoshen, especially the sapphire spiritual flower. The true inheritance of Miaoshen was currently refining an ancient elixir that could improve the divine fetus of a warrior and give birth to a divine fetus. It was comparable to the divine inheritance that was sold in the divine shop of the 4 great deities. What such an ancient elixir lacked was the sapphire spiritual flower. If such an elixir could be refined, the structure of the void in the 9 regions would be changed. At that time, a large number of divine fetus holders would appear. The true inheritance of Miaoshen would be famous throughout the ages. This was because the true inheritance of Miaoshen could refine the divine fetus elixir that only existed in the era of the deities. Chapter 4176. In the distance, the fog was hazy. 9 mountains could be vaguely seen sitting on the ground, as if 9 giants were standing between heaven and earth. Lin Ling looked over as well. Immediately, he sensed an ancient power within the 9 mountains. It was like the might of the heavens. The 9 mountains are sacred mountains from the era of gods. I don't know why they fell into the void and were brought here by Miaoshen's true disciples. The holy spring of Miaoshen's true disciples comes from this mountain. The white-robed woman said lightly, "Miaoshen's true disciples are really rich. With such a treasure, aren't you afraid that the 4 great gods will be jealous?" Hearing that, Lin Ling suddenly smiled faintly. "Humph, Lin Ling, don't try to drive a wedge between us." The white-robed woman immediately snorted. Miaoshen's true disciples seem to be sitting on a treasure, but you have to know that the spirit array Tao is created by countless treasures. Only through failure and failure can one finally succeed. Do you think the process of failure doesn't have to pay a price? The holy spring is the price of failure. The price of failure. That's my negligence. Lin Ling shrugged. Now, how do I enter the mountain? Which mountain has the holy spring? These 9 mountains all have the holy spring. However, some have just been born, and some have a large amount of holy spring. How to choose is up to you. After saying that, the white-robed woman turned and left. Up to me? Lin Ling recalled the white-robed woman's words and instantly knew that it would be difficult to obtain the holy spring. However, there were risks and rewards. Because from the white-robed woman's words, Lin Ling also knew that if he chose the right direction, he might get more than 1 holy spring. This was also a gamble. I don't like to gamble. Lin Ling shook his head and helplessly spread out his hands. Brother Ling, didn't you rely on gambling your whole life to make a name for yourself? Yu next to him said with a smile. Hearing that, Lin Ling curled his lips. Although he didn't like to gamble and preferred to take 1 step at a time, his life was often out of his control. He had to risk his life to rush to the sky. The sacred mountain of the era of gods. After that, Lin Ling did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly investigated. After all, he'd paid so many treasures, so he didn't want to return empty-handed because of carelessness. Lin Bingdo Ye lie in front. This is the 9 words mantra. By borrowing the great Tao of the 9 words, it absorbs the essence of the world and condenses a divine spring. Among the 9 mountains, which mountain will have its own harvest? Lin Ling sensed for a moment, but he could only get a rough idea, which made him feel extremely helpless. Just as he was about to make his choice, a familiar aura suddenly spread out from one of the mountains. This aura was well hidden, but it was extremely terrifying. It was like a demon god, a god of death. Broken sword. Lin Ling's body trembled. Others might not be familiar with this aura, but how could he not be? Wasn't this the broken sword in the scabbard? Speaking of which, ever since Lin Ling's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, the tyrannical song sword could no longer help him. Sometimes, it was even inferior to the true inheritance dark sword. The only advantage that the tyrannical song sword had over the true inheritance dark sword was that it was hard. All this time, because Lin Ling had been busy, he had not been able to find the broken sword. He had never thought that he would meet the broken sword here. He remembered that Emperor God Zhonggang had once told Lin Ling that the scabbard was extremely powerful and contained a powerful divine power. However, it needed Lin Ling to activate it. It seems that my luck is not bad. Lin Ling couldn't help but lick his lips. It was rare to encounter it, so he definitely wouldn't miss it. Of course, God Miao's true inheritance had collected countless treasures from ancient times to the present, so it wasn't strange for it to have a scabbard. Without a doubt, Lin Ling would definitely choose the mountain with the broken sword. That mountain was also called Soldier Mountain. You, wait for me to come back. Then Lin Ling said to Yu and the others. Immediately, he flew in the direction of the 9th mountain. A moment after Lin Ling left, 2 figures slowly walked over. They were Princess Tian and Dragon Fong. Have you made your choice? This Lin Ling is really bold. He actually used 100 divine stones to bet with the blue spiritual flower. One should know that if his luck wasn't good, he would become a joke. Dragon Fong said as he walked with his hands behind his back. What do you mean? And Yuer suddenly looked at him and said. Being stared at by Yuer, Dragon Fong didn't know why his heart suddenly skipped a beat. This was because he realized that this woman in white was really beautiful, like an otherworldly goddess. Then, he explained, the number of holy springs in the 9th mountain varies. If Lin Ling goes to the divine mountain, which happens to be collected by God Miao's true inheritance, then Lin Ling will return empty-handed. If his luck is slightly better, he will go to some divine mountains that have been brewing for a period of time. Maybe he can get half a holy spring. It could be said that in the 9th mountain, only one mountain had a complete holy spring, so there was no pressure to collect it. In that case, Lin Ling will have to rely on his luck. And Yuer said. Dragon Fong nodded and then said with a smile, of course, if Lin Ling's luck is extremely bad, then he will be unlucky. Because there is a divine mountain that even God Miao's true inheritance doesn't dare to approach easily. If Lin Ling goes there, not only will he return empty-handed, but he will also be haunted by bad luck. For a very long time. Bad luck. This time, Yu and the others were also surprised. Yes, God Miao's true inheritance once had a boundary god enter that divine mountain, but in the end, he returned in failure. In the following days, he was unlucky no matter what he did. When refining divine weapons, he failed again and again. Even if he failed, his hands and feet were blown off. There was another person who went to that divine mountain and died. At that time, God Miao's true inheritance was alarmed and used countless treasures to investigate. The result could only prove that the boundary god really fell to his death. Dragon Fong spoke with assurance. Fell to his death? Yu and the others all exclaimed. Not to mention powerful warriors, even mortals rarely fell to their deaths. This luck was too bad. Even more exaggerated, someone drowned in the latrine. Dragon Fong said again. You lied to us. At this time, Yu and the others couldn't believe it. How could there be such a strange mountain? Brother Dragon Fong is right. There were people who drowned in the latrine. We don't know why this happened, but those who were close to the mountain were really unlucky. Some even died from drinking water. These are all true. We, the true disciples of Miaoshen, also regard the mountain as a cursed mountain. Chapter 4177. Seeing her silly appearance, Yu and the others immediately looked in the direction that Princess Tian was pointing at, and their expressions immediately froze. That was because Lin Ling had gone to Bing Mountain, which was the cursed mountain. Ah, this guy, he is really unlucky. Of all the choices, he actually chose that mountain. Is he an idiot? Long Yo was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. Because if he went to the cursed mountain, not only would he not be able to obtain the divine spring, he would also be plagued by bad luck. And this undoubtedly made God Miao's true disciples let out a big sigh of relief. As Lin Ling got closer and closer to Bing Mountain, many world spiritists in God Miao's true disciples also saw him. Even the white-robed woman saw him, and she could not help but laugh mockingly. As for the many world spiritists, they laughed unscrupulously. That was because they had also heard of Lin Ling, and this Lin Ling was very arrogant. He had repeatedly ruined the plans of God Miao's true disciples. If it was not for Lin Ling's background being too strong, they would have already made a move on Lin Ling. And now, God Miao's true disciples did not make a move, and Lin Ling instead went to seek his own bad luck. Is he an idiot? Of the 9 mountains, he actually chose the cursed mountain. Say, when he comes back with his tail between his legs, will he fall into the latrine and drown to death? Yes. You can't say that he is an idiot. Perhaps he knows that Soldier Mountain has the most divine springs, so he deliberately went there. However, although there are many divine springs, until now, no one has been able to obtain divine springs from Cursed Mountain. Ah, I fear that he was scared off before even seeing the divine spring. According to what I know, Grandmaster Lu has been there before. The pressure there is extremely great, and it is all a mysterious power that doesn't fear divine force, divine embryo, world essence, and other defenses. Let's wait and see this trial challenger Lin Ling Lu's face. Yes. Many world spiritists stopped their work and looked at the distant 9-layer mountain from the mountain range. As for some of the cultivators who came to buy treasures, at this moment, after hearing the conversation of the masters, they naturally understood the 9-layer mountain and then laughed loudly. Among them were the 7th prince and the others. What an idiot! The 7th prince put his hands behind his back and said with a smile on his face. At this moment he seemed to have forgotten that not long ago, Lin Ling had crippled his balls and humiliated him in public. Of course, after the 7th prince's mocking voice, another mocking voice rang out from the other side. Lin Ling, not only did you overestimate yourself, you're also very stupid. This time, the one who spoke was naturally Dragon Fong. He was all smiles as he quietly watched the show. It's still too early to say whether or not I've overestimated my capabilities. Yu and the others immediately refuted. However, the 7th prince obviously did not want to fight with them, because things would prove everything. At this moment, Lin Ling finally got close to Soldier Mountain. Upon closer inspection, he found that this mountain was majestic and unruly. It was as if it was a giant from ancient times, or a sword that soared into the sky. At the bottom of the ancient mountain, there was a winding path that was overgrown with weeds. It was as if this place had been abandoned by the world. There were no traces of human activity in this place. This made Lin Ling realize that no one had come to this mountain before. But Lin Ling landed and appeared on the winding path. He looked forward and saw that the winding path went along the mountain and disappeared into the distance. It was as if following the winding path would lead him to the divine spring. Of course, Lin Ling also knew that this seemingly simple path would be filled with endless twists and turns. In fact, when Lin Ling took a step forward, a mysterious force enveloped him. The air seemed to ripple, and Lin Ling felt as if he had entered a mysterious domain. Moreover, what shocked Lin Ling was that he tried to use his realm essence, divine power, and even his physical strength to resist, but the force was not affected at all. It still lingered around Lin Ling's body. This is the steps of God, and it is demonic. At this moment, a palm-sized giant ghost floated out of Lin Ling's chest. It stared ahead and then retreated. The power of the divine stares, and the demonic chi is too dense. I have to avoid it. The steps of God was a force that surpassed divine power. Coupled with the strange and varied nature of this force, the giant ghost was naturally unable to resist it. Okay. Lin Ling nodded. He guessed that this force came from the broken sword. The force that the broken sword emitted had always been strange. It was both demonic and murderous. At this moment, it was preventing anyone from approaching it. If it was any other time, Lin Ling would naturally not want to provoke this strange force. However, he had the scabbard, so he was not afraid. Instead, he tried to sense the broken sword and let the scabbard communicate with the broken sword. However, the broken sword had probably been here for millions of years, so it did not seem to sense the scabbard. While Lin Ling was sensing, the people in the distance laughed. In their opinion, Lin Ling was already unable to move an inch. He even regretted choosing this mountain. As for the world boundary deities of God Miao's true inheritance, they had a look of disdain. Because until now, no one from God Miao's true inheritance had obtained the divine spring from Bing Mountain. A mere Lin Ling wanted to get a share of it? He was simply overestimating himself. The force emitted by Bing Mountain is not simple. He will not be able to take the first step. Beside Princess Tin and the others, Xianxia laughed and said with incomparable confidence, I estimate that in less than an incense's time, he will run away with his tail between his legs. However, before he finished speaking, the blue-robed young man at the foot of the mountain had already taken a step. This gentle movement undoubtedly caused all the laughter to disappear in an instant. He took a step. At first, I also wanted to take a step, but in the end, I failed. How could he succeed? Some world boundary deities said with jealousy. As the famous cursed mountain of God Miao's true inheritance, some pretentious world boundary masters naturally wanted to challenge it to prove themselves and shock others. Of course, most of them failed. Xianxia was incomparably confident before, but Lin Ling instantly gave him a resounding slap, causing him to be stunned for a moment. However, very quickly, he said indifferently, You have some ability, but that's all. Because I also wanted to challenge the cursed mountain, but in the end, I only took 5 steps. Senior Xianxia, you also went to challenge it? And you only took 5 steps? Beside him, Princess Tin was undoubtedly very surprised. Of course, as a world boundary master, we always like to challenge the difficulty. The cursed mountain is no exception. So, Lin Ling being able to take 1 step is also the limit. Xianxia nodded proudly. At that moment, his scattered long hair looked even more elegant. However, just as he finished speaking, his face froze. It was as if he had eaten feces. Because Lin Ling at the foot of the mountain moved forward again. As if ignoring the bad luck and mysterious power, he took 5 steps in a row. Chapter 4178. This scene undoubtedly caused Dragonfang's voice to become sharp, as if he had been slapped twice. However, it was only 2 slaps? Hey, Brother Ling has walked more than 5 steps. Open your big dog eyes and see. At this time, Yu pointed to the front and said, and this was the 3rd slap. Moreover, it was 3 crisp slaps. Dragon Fong could not help but open his mouth wide. He was so surprised that he could eat 5 duck eggs. Of course, it was not only him. In the mountains around the vast 9-layer mountain, countless noble boundary masters were also silent. Their ridicule and disdain were now replaced by surprise. Even on a distant mountain range, the white-robed woman stood there quietly, but her expression was incomparably wonderful. Could it be that he, who is not even a boundary master, has a more powerful soul power than the boundary master of God Miao's true inheritance? She naturally knew that the power emitted from Soldier Mountain could only be resisted by soul power. Moreover, it must be a powerful soul power. If Lin Ling was a world spiritist, she might have believed it a little. However, all the world spiritists in the entire void were gathered there, and Lin Ling was not among them. So, this was too inconceivable. Sure enough, this is the power of the God Steps. However, I can also use the God Steps so I can resist a little. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know that he had caused a sensation in the entire God Miao's true inheritance. Countless boundary masters felt humiliated because of him. On the contrary, he relied on the powerful steps of wisdom to steadily move forward. Obviously, he did not care about the power around him. Instead, he cared about where the broken sword was. Watching Lin Ling walk faster and faster, God Miao's true inheritance became even more silent. Before, didn't someone say that Lin Ling would not be able to walk for long? And Yue, who was beside Dragon Fong, suddenly said with a smile. Her words were full of sarcasm. It's just luck. He must have some treasure on him that can resist the mysterious power. Lin Ling is really sinister. However, this also means that he is not afraid of the power. However, if he is unlucky and encounters the legendary strange sword, he will be unlucky. Dragon Fong immediately snorted, his words full of jealousy. Ha! And Yue and the others immediately chuckled. The ridicule in their laughter became even stronger, because everyone knew that Dragon Fong was just trying to save face. Only a fool would believe his words. That's not right. Look, Brother Ling's luck seems to be really bad. That's because Brother Ling has already encountered that sword and has started to pick it up. At this moment, Yu suddenly said something. Ah! Dragon Fong was taken aback, then he rubbed his eyes hard. Next, his chin fell to the ground. At the foot of the distant mountains, Lin Ling's footsteps had already stopped. Moreover, he had found a broken sword, held it in his hand, and lightly played with it. This action also made the eyes of Miao Shen's true disciple fall to the ground. Only they knew that the reason why Soldier Mountain was a cursed mountain was because there was a mysterious evil sword. It could be said that it was a cursed sword. Originally, they thought that Lin Ling would definitely avoid that sword because those who saw that sword would either drown in the latrine or fall to their deaths while walking. Those who were lucky would also fail in everything they did. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would not be guilty if he did not know? Not only did he not avoid the cursed sword, but he also took the initiative to find it and picked up the evil sword. He will definitely fall into the latrine and drown to death. Compared to this, are we also unlucky? Because Lin Ling picked up the sword, we also saw the cursed sword. Quickly use the amulet to increase your luck and resist the bad luck. The true disciples of Miao Shen were all in chaos. At this moment, Lin Ling was standing at the foot of Soldier Mountain, looking at the violently trembling broken sword in his hand. Naturally, he could feel a terrible murderous and evil aura from the broken sword. This power seemed to have a spirit, and it was also cursing Lin Ling. Found you. However, Lin Ling was not afraid in the slightest. That was because the tyrannical Song sword had already fused with the scabbard. Thus, when he saw the broken sword, Lin Ling felt as if he had seen his companion, a lost companion. Everyone has been waiting for you. Then Lin Ling said to the broken sword in his hand. The scabbard behind him also buzzed continuously, as if it was excited. However, the broken sword in his hand was still trembling, as if it still did not recognize Lin Ling. The broken sword even cut Lin Ling's palm, and a mysterious power rushed into Lin Ling's palm, crazily destroying everything. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice it. He stared at the broken sword in his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "This is my Lin Ling's sword. It will always be my sword." After saying that, he threw the broken sword fragment, which was as thick as an arm, into the sky. Then, the dark and cold sword slowly circled and stabbed towards Lin Ling. Such an action undoubtedly shocked the entire Ninth Mountain. Lunatic. That was the only word people could use to describe it. Of course, if they had to use another word to describe it, it would be that he was too arrogant. Everyone knew that Soldier Mountain had bad luck. Once someone saw the demonic sword, they would have bad luck after coming out. They might even die from drinking water. However, what about Lin Ling? He actually threw the demonic sword and let it shoot down from above his head. Was he not courting death? One had to know that even if the demonic sword did not have bad luck, there was a 50% chance that Lin Ling would be stabbed to death by the sword. There was no doubt that everyone's hearts were in suspense. Their gazes were fixed on the demonic sword that kept circling down, and their breathing stopped. Swoosh! The demonic sword that everyone feared was emitting a tempting demonic sound as it slowly fell, and it was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. "Brother Ling!" At that moment, Yu and the rest subconsciously shouted from afar. However, just as they finished speaking, the sword of Hex stabbed into Lin Ling's body. "He's dead." Dragon Fong, who was beside them, immediately sneered because he had seen the scene in the distance with his own eyes. He was sure that Lin Ling was dead. Lin Ling, the divine heavenly voice of a generation, had fallen here. It's over just like that. Many people sighed when they saw that scene. They finally knew how terrible that bad luck was. In the beginning, many people even thought that falling into the latrine and drowning was a rumor. However, they believed it now because if the trial taker Lin Ling was killed in such a strange way, it would not be strange for him to drown in the latrine. The son of the undying demon, Lin Ling, actually died here. This kind of death is too tragic. The seventh prince was stunned for a moment, then said as if relieved of a heavy burden. However, just as he exhaled, his pupils suddenly narrowed, and then his pupils widened. The people around the Ninth Mountain, who had originally thought that the outcome was certain, suddenly became excited. Because in their eyes, Lin Ling moved as if he had come back from the dead. Then, he patted the huge sword behind him and moved forward again. This also made many people in the mountains give themselves a few hard slaps to see if this was a dream. Chapter 4179. No, look at the sword on his back. However, some people were more attentive and immediately noticed that something was wrong. Could it be that the cursed sword was inserted into the scabbard on his back? Finally, a dignified voice thundered into everyone's heart, causing many people to react in horror. At this moment, Lin Ling carried the big sword on his back and continued to move forward in an extremely good mood. Previously, when he threw the sword, he gambled on the 50% chance. If the sword deviated by a bit, it would be inserted into Lin Ling's head. If it deviated by a bit, it would be inserted into Lin Ling's scabbard. In fact, this was also a 1% chance. After all, the scabbard's opening was so small, who could guarantee that the evil sword would enter the scabbard? However, Lin Ling dared to gamble. Because he knew that if he wanted his lost companion to return, as the sword's owner, he should not be afraid of the sword and believe in his companion. Otherwise, he was not worthy of using the sword. Fortunately, at the last moment, the broken sword completely recognized Lin Ling. "Look what happened." On the distant mountain range, the white-robed woman said lightly. Obviously, she did not see what happened. However, the 9-layer mountain was an important place, so Miao Shen's true inheritance had always been supervised by treasures to prevent the holy spring from being stolen. "Open the mysterious yellow," she shouted in a low voice as her hands formed a complicated boundary. After the boundary was drawn in the air, a white horsetail whisk appeared in her hand and she gently waved it. The white clouds in the sky dispersed with a rumble, revealing 9 ancient mirrors. One of the mirrors absorbed the light of heaven and earth, reflecting a beautiful and blurry image that scattered on the ground. And those pictures were the scene after Lin Ling entered the Soldier Mountain. A master opened the mysterious yellow 9 mirrors. the boundary masters of Miaoshen's true inheritance exclaimed. Then, they curiously looked into the distance. In the reflection of the mirror, Lin Ling strode along the winding path and then picked up a broken sword. Then, he looked at it and threw the broken sword without any hesitation. Looking at the broken sword rolling in the sky and falling toward Lin Ling, such a scene once again frightened many people. Although people had seen such a scene before, they did not look carefully at that time. Now, they could see how Lin Ling survived. The cold and evil demonic sword was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. That sharp blade was about to claim Lin Ling's life at any moment. Everything was exactly the same as before. However, at this moment, the sword that was rolling up and down suddenly changed its trajectory. It was originally aimed at Lin Ling's head, but after rolling, it fell into the scabbard without missing a millimeter. All of this seemed to be magical, as if it was predestined by the unseen. Wow! Wow! After this clear scene, the endless green mountain was in an uproar. The mystery in everyone's hearts had been solved. The swords curse swords. Isn't he? After a moment of silence, a soft voice sounded from the green mountain, causing endless ripples in people's hearts. They cried out in their hearts. He dared to gamble with a 50% chance. This Lin Ling was indeed a madman. At this moment, Lin Ling did not know of the huge reaction outside. He walked along the winding path without any obstruction. After the broken sword was put away, the ancient power of the entire mountain range disappeared. Instead, the scabbard emitted bursts of joy. It was as if the broken swords were reunited, like brothers reuniting. 3 divine springs. Whoosh! Finally, Lin Ling stopped. In the distance, 3 clear springs sat on the ground, emitting rich spiritual energy. In the air above the springs, water droplets condensed in the void and slowly dripped down. However, the speed of condensation was very slow. It would take several years to condense a single drop. However, when the water droplets fell, ripples immediately appeared on the calm surface of the springs. Strands of spiritual energy spread out like ribbons. Good harvest! Whoosh! Staring at the 3 divine springs, Lin Ling licked his lips and immediately uprooted the divine springs. Even the soil was not spared. Then he put them into his ring. After doing all this, Lin Ling seemed to have eaten a full meal. Then he turned around and left. He came out. Yes. At this moment, in the distance of the 9-layered mountain, people saw Lin Ling coming out with the big sword on his back. Their hearts inexplicably trembled. I did not expect him to succeed. Moreover, he obtained a lot of divine springs. Yes. On the mountain range, the white-robed woman's expression was somewhat complicated. Originally, according to her estimation, Lin Ling only had a 30% chance of obtaining the divine springs. At that time, the true disciples of Miaoshen would also be able to obtain a lot of treasures from Lin Ling. However, she had obviously miscalculated. Lin Ling used an unknown evil method to subdue the sword of curse, allowing him to obtain the divine springs without any hindrance. The divine springs in Bing Mountain had not been collected for many years, so there must be a lot of them. Most importantly, each of the divine springs had been filled for many years and were in a full state. Lin Ling, come here. Then, the white-robed woman shouted at Lin Ling in the distance. Lin Ling, who was at the foot of Bing Mountain, also looked up. Then, he saw the white-robed woman in the distance and immediately walked over. How many divine springs have you obtained? After a long time, when she saw Lin Ling, the white-robed woman calmly asked. 3 woof. Lin Ling did not hide the truth. However, after he spoke, he clearly heard the white-robed woman gasp. In this regard, Lin Ling was not surprised. 3 divine springs. Such a harvest not only surprised the white-robed woman, but also Lin Ling himself. It could be said that the true disciples of Miaoshen had lost a lot of money this time. What's the matter with that broken sword? The white-robed woman asked again. But does the true disciples of Miaoshen want to take back the sword? Hearing this, Lin Ling did not answer. Instead, he asked another question. That's not the case. The true disciples of Miaoshen have already investigated the sword. This broken sword is sharp and has spirituality. It is impossible for it to recognize a master. If you force it, the broken sword will self-destruct. Moreover, this broken sword also has an evil nature. Those who do not have a strong soul power will easily be affected by it and be plagued by bad luck. Today, it's better that you take the broken sword away. At least we can enter the divine springs in Bing Mountain to collect them at any time. The white-robed woman said, "This sword is somewhat related to me. Although it has bad luck, I think I should be able to bear it. Since the true disciples of Miao Shen don't want it, then just give it to me." Lin Ling did not explain too much. "Okay, but if you have bad luck, don't blame us for it." The white-robed woman nodded. She did not know that the broken sword was what Lin Ling wanted. Otherwise, she would have already raised the price. Although the Sword of Curse was a rare treasure, the true disciples of Miao Shen had investigated it for many years. Naturally, they knew that the power was not used by martial artists. As for Lin Ling, they estimated that they could not control that power.